Chapter 23-29. As far as the eye could see, that was an extremely special evil aura, as if it wanted to devour. It was like heaven. The darkness that reached the extreme emitted a kind of extreme black luster instead. When the darkness reached the end, it was actually no different from the light. That black halo was like a solid and unbreakable circle, blocking and shielding all the attacks outside the halo. Chu Yang and the rest poured all of their mental and physical strength into this fatal blow, maintaining the rhythm and posture of an all-out attack. Flying down from the sky, the sharp point pointed directly above this halo. All of his explosive power was concentrated on that one point. He persevered, trying to break through the black light circle. However, all the attacks fell into an incomparably strange stalemate at this moment. In that black halo that reached the extreme, one could clearly see an almost transparent figure, currently looking outside the halo with a ferocious face. That was Yuan Tianjia. But the current heavenly emperor Mo Yun was no longer that mighty and glorious emperor of the past, full of noble spirit, a monarch of a generation who ruled the world. Instead, it was a strange creature that everyone had never seen before, filled with a strange atmosphere. Those streaks of black light that seemed to have condensed into substance were precisely emitted from that strange creature's body continuously. It made him look like a huge hedgehog, covered with black light, thorns all over his body. His face seemed to be convulsing due to some kind of extreme pain, as if there was something strange that wanted to rush out from under that face. Finally, under the continuous flashing of a ball of black light, that black halo gradually showed signs of breaking. Under the all-out desperate attacks of Chu Yang and the rest, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, who suffered heavy injuries to his divine soul time and time again, and also suffered soul poisoning and a great loss of cultivation, finally reached the brink of life and death. Once this last barrier was broken, Yuan Tianjia would die without a doubt. Seeing that the opportunity to determine victory was already in front of him, Chu Yang roared, "Break!" At the same time, without any more words or gestures, all the brothers spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, all squeezing out the life force in their bodies once again, forcing out the last bit of potential. All in one battle, all in one attack. Brother Tiger roared. The instinctive attack of his main body succeeded. Not only did he bite through the halo, he even bit Yuan Tianjia's waist. Black blood instantly overflowed. Yuan Tianji let out another miserable groan. The black halo around him gradually dissipated, and it looked like it was about to completely shatter. If he had been at his peak, he would have simply ignored such an attack and would not have been able to deal any damage. But now, he didn't even have half of his peak strength, and his divine soul was even less than a tenth of it. Even the power of providence that he relied on as his last protective barrier had been destroyed, and he was powerless to carry on. Mo Tianji had made all kinds of arrangements before. First, he used the army to draw away Yuan Tianjia's main forces. Then, he sent out a large number of experts to fight with all their might. Then, the 4 Seven Stars guards joined forces to attack. The 4 peak experts attacked Yuan Tianjia with all their might. Finally, Yuan Tianjia was seriously injured. In the end, Tribulation attacked with all his might, making the ultimate blow that decided the outcome of the battle, because Chu Yang's Tribulation sword had the ability to devour. Layers upon layers of schemes interlocked, pressing forward step by step, finally forcing this insufferably arrogant, heavenly Emperor Inc. Cloud to the brink of life and death. If he still insisted on not revealing his identity, then only death awaited him. If his identity was exposed, then he would also have to accept the tragic fate of being abandoned by everyone. Yuan Tianji was extremely conflicted at this moment. He had painstakingly worked for millions of years, and finally, he was about to be put to good use. But at this crucial moment, he encountered such a thing. Grievance, unwillingness, anger, humiliation, and all kinds of negative emotions welled up in his heart. If he had a choice, he would definitely not be willing to reveal his identity, even if many heavenly demon soldiers had already appeared, which meant that he had already been exposed. Yuan Tianji still had a way to deal with it. Just as Yu Qi had said, as a heavenly emperor, How big of a deal was it to subdue some heavenly demon slaves? As long as this matter was over, he could even reverse the situation. He could say that Mu Tsanglan and the others were spreading rumors and turn this matter into a small matter. But at this moment, all of his wishful thinking could not be carried out. Because Yuan Tianji had already realized that if he was conflicted and unwilling to reveal his identity as a heavenly demon and the strength of the heavenly demon's main body, what awaited him was only death. Since he had already made up his mind, there was no more hesitation. Yuan Tianji suddenly roared angrily, "You forced me to do this!" With a roar, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. It was clearly a clear blue sky, but suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the light of dawn disappeared. In the extremely dark black light, Yuan Tianji's facial muscles finally spasmed more and more violently. Suddenly, he roared, and the yellow robe covering his body instantly turned into pieces and flew away. The tribulation divine soul that had been entangling him suddenly let out a scream. Feeling a huge force that was completely irresistible burst out from Yuan Tianji's body. For a moment, he had no room to resist at all. Before he could even think, he had already been sent flying far away. Two extremely strange horns also bulged out from Yuan Tianji's forehead in a daze. With the appearance of these two horns, Yuan Tianji's appearance became completely unfamiliar, ferocious, and terrifying to the extreme. In the middle of his forehead, a strange, sun-like shape also appeared, as if a third eye had appeared, but it was filled with an indescribable evil aura. On his back, 12 bare fleshy wings were spread out on both sides. Yuan Tianji's true body had appeared, so he naturally no longer had any scruples in his actions. He immediately counterattacked. His eyes shot out an extremely evil black light, and he suddenly roared, "Open for me!" With a loud bang, the black light that had already shown cracks before completely exploded in an instant. The violent explosive force rushed out in all directions, like a hot knife through butter. Chu Yang and the others all let out a muffled groan, and all fell back. Everyone spat out blood, and they looked at the monster in front of them in shock. No one had expected that when Yuan Tianji's true body appeared, the power he could exert would actually be so great. In front of them, a monster with fleshy wings, 2 evil horns, 3 eyes, and a body covered in horny scales appeared in the sky. He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice almost shaking the world. "Despicable humans! Despicable reptiles! You forced me to do this! You forced me to do this!" He looked up to the sky and howled. His voice was like the howl of a hungry wolf, and it was filled with extreme anger. "You guys laid out layers upon layers of schemes, and finally made me reveal my true body. Are you satisfied now? Ha 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 ha. You despicable humans, since you want to see my true body so much, I'll fulfill your wish. All of you will definitely become the #1 sacrifice for me to show myself. I won't let any of you off." When Chu Yang and the others fell back, due to Yuan Tianji's powerful counterattack, Yu Qi led the Mo Yuntian army and just happened to arrive in front of them. At this juncture, as long as they made a move, they could easily snipe the retreating Chu Yang and the others. But at this moment, none of the Mo Yuntian army experts made a move. Everyone looked at Yuan Tianji, who was in the sky in a daze. Their minds were in a mess, filled with anger and shame. It turned out that the emperor was really a heavenly demon. It turned out that we were really helping the heavenly demon to do evil. This thought suddenly filled everyone's heart. It turned out that what Commander Mu said was true. What they did was right. It turned out that not only did we serve the heavenly demon for a lifetime, in the end, we were actually helping the heavenly demon to slaughter our own people, sacrificing the lives of tens of millions of soldiers and generals in vain. Each and every one of us were actually stupid beyond compare, sinners who had gone against the tide of history. If our various actions now were to be recorded in the history books in the future, how would the future generations evaluate us? To put it nicely, we were blinded by the heavenly demon and didn't have the intention to do evil. To put it bluntly, we were helping the heavenly demon to do evil and caused endless trouble. Of course, it could also be that we were willing to be the heavenly demon's false hounds, causing great trouble, deceiving our own people, and killing our own people, leaving behind a bad name for millions of years. How could we still raise our heads in Imo Yuntian? The moment Yuan Tianji revealed his heavenly demon true body, the entire battlefield suddenly became dead silent. Heaven and earth were also silent. At this moment, even the soldiers of the two armies who were immersed in the battle also stopped fighting. One by one, they turned their heads and looked over in astonishment. When they saw Yuan Tianji's ferocious demonic behavior, a huge wave of anger rose in everyone's hearts. Heavenly demon. He was really a heavenly demon. Chu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the sword in his hand flashed again. He floated in the air and said lightly, Yuan Tianji, I want to know your real name. I believe that even in the heavenly demon clan, you are also a person of great status. You don't want us to call you a demon child, right? Yuan Tianji's whole body was filled with black light, spreading out. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Since things have come to this, and there's no turning back, I might as well let you stupid humans die with understanding. I'm the Heavenly Demon Clan's king of flying demons. Heavenly Demon Clan's flying demons. Yuqi's whole body couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were full of confusion and disbelief, and there were even tears in her eyes. As if in a dream, she murmured in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, are you really a heavenly demon? This can't be real. Why? When this sentence came out, everyone who heard it all glared at Yuqi angrily. Chapter 23:30. Yuan Tianji's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, and he said lightly, Yuqi, you are loyal to me. This king naturally knows. No matter what my identity is, as long as you are willing to continue to be loyal to me, this king can guarantee that you will still have a meteoric rise in the future and bring glory to the future generations. Even becoming the new emperor of this world is not a difficult thing. As long as you are still willing to be loyal, it is such a simple choice. Yuqi swallowed and said listlessly, So you really are a heavenly demon. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Yuan Tianji's eyes turned to Chu Yang and the others. He was about to attack when he suddenly heard Yuqi's heart-wrenching cry. Since you are a heavenly demon, then why did you save my life back then? Yuan Tianji suddenly turned back and looked at Yuqi. Yuqi had already become frantic. He roared crazily. His voice was mournful, as if his heart was weeping blood. It was as if his internal organs had long been turned into ashes, turned into powder. That kind of pain. Since you are a heavenly demon, then why did you take me as your disciple? Teach me skills? Since you are a heavenly demon, then since you expelled me from your sect, why did you still stay in the Mayun Sky Army and continue to be loyal to you? Why didn't you just let me die? Wasn't that good? Wasn't it good to let me leave? Why did you lie to me all this time? To make me be loyal to you, to be loyal to you. For you, I am willing to do anything. Why? Why are you really a heavenly demon? Yuqi shouted loudly and questioned loudly. Her voice was filled with pain and contradiction. Tears streamed down his face. The army had always known that Marshal Yu's origins were mysterious, but no one would have thought that Yuqi was Yuan Tianji's disciple. And Yuan Tianji, other than the master-disciple relationship, had also shown great kindness to Yuqi. Yuan Tianji's eyes looked at Yuqi for a long time. He sighed and said, It seems that you are not willing to continue to be loyal to me. I am willing to be loyal to you. Yuqi suddenly burst into tears. I am willing to be loyal to you no matter what. But you are a heavenly demon. You are a heavenly demon. How can I continue to be loyal to you? He trembled and wept bitterly. That was a kind of extreme despair. Yuan Tianji nodded slowly and said, Good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row, each word heavier than the previous one. He laughed strangely and said, Since you've made your choice, your position is clear. Words are like the wind. It's too late to regret. I didn't expect you to betray me in the end. Ha 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 ha. You humans really deserve to die. None of them should live. All of you deserve to die. Why did you save me when my family was destroyed? Yulai asked painfully, Why did you save me? As a heavenly demon, how can you be so kind-hearted? Yuan Tianjia coldly stood in the air and said, The reason why I saved you? It's very simple. It's because I'm the cause of your family's destruction. What? What did you say? Yuqi suddenly took a step back and staggered. His mouth was wide open as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Yuan Tianji in disbelief. Haven't I made myself clear enough? I was the one who killed your father. I was the one who killed your mother. Yuan Tianjia laughed loudly. Who told them to unintentionally discover that I have heavenly demon chi and become suspicious of my identity? Ha 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 ha. If I didn't kill them, wouldn't they be a threat to me? As for you, I only wanted a kind of feeling. That's why I chose to accept you as my disciple and taught you martial arts. Later on, I kicked you out because you're not worthy to be my direct disciple. As for letting you come back to be my servant, you must really want to know why all of this is, right? Yuqi asked in a daze. Why? Why? At this moment, his heart was already filled with great shock and disbelief. Everything was turned upside down in an instant. He only felt that he was in a nightmare right now. Everything wasn't real. He actually forgot his sadness and anger. He was just mumbling to himself instinctively. Because I want this kind of feeling. I killed a person's entire family. He has a blood feud with me, but I want this person to be my servant. The more respectful he is to me without knowing the truth, the more he sings my praises every day, the happier and happier I feel. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Tianji looked up to the sky and laughed. Watching someone serve their greatest enemy wholeheartedly, kneel down and worship him every day, and still enjoy it even after becoming a slave, never getting tired of it, what a great pleasure this is. What an achievement this is. This is my greatest enjoyment, my greatest source of happiness. Ha 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 ha. Yuqi, who originally suspected that he was in a nightmare, trembled all over when he heard these words. His turbid and lifeless eyes suddenly regained their sharpness. His entire person sank into a state of near insanity. He muttered, "Is the truth actually like this? Is it really like this?" He suddenly roared, "You despicable person who's worse than a pig or a dog. You inhumane, inhuman demon child. Yuan Tianjia, fuck your old mother. I'm going to kill you." Ah! With a violent roar, Yuqi's entire person flew up and rushed towards Yuan Tianjia's location. At this moment, Yuqi's entire body actually turned into a stream of light. He didn't even use a weapon. He just rushed out barehanded like this, gritting his teeth and rushing forward without any hesitation. Yuqi's life, his life's goal, his life's belief, all collapsed with a loud bang at this moment, completely disintegrating. No one stopped him, but everyone knew that apart from death, there was no other path for Yuqi to take now. Perhaps, dying in Yuan Tianjia's hands in a fighting posture was already the best ending for Yuqi. Perhaps Yuqi rushing over was not for revenge, but just to seek a quick death. A very strange expression also flashed through Yuan Tianjia's eyes, but he didn't hesitate at all. Looking at Yuqi rushing closer, one of his hands suddenly turned into a strange black smoke. He chuckled strangely and said, "You want to slay the demon with just you? You want to be a hero with just you?" The black smoke spread rapidly and instantly enveloped Yuqi's entire body. Yuan Tianjia raised his hand and slapped down towards Yuqi's head. Obviously, he intended to kill him and end this karma with one palm. However, the moment it landed, there was a sudden, very short pause. That was definitely a pause that shouldn't exist. It was very short, almost undetectable. Just because of that pause, more than 100 palms from Yuqi, which were almost crazy, all landed on Yuan Tianjia's body during this short pause. Yuan Tianjia let out a strange cry and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. A few cracking sounds came from all over his body, as if a few of his bones were broken because of this. He shouted angrily, "Evil creature!" A palm slapped down. Pa! Yuqi's head exploded into a bloody mist just like that. However, the body that had already lost its head did not stop moving forward. Two legs still flew up and kicked Yuan Tianjia's chest fiercely. Yuan Tianjia roared and punched out immediately, smashing Yuqi's entire body into pieces. Endless bloody mist drifted slowly in the air. The number one person in Mo Yuntian's army, Yuqi, died in Yuan Tianjia's hands just like that. Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the bloody mist, Yuan Tianjia shouted, "Who else dares to come up and die?" His ferocious gaze swept across everyone's faces. Suddenly, he laughed strangely. Anyone else who wants to be a hero will end up like Yuchi, this traitor. Have you all seen it clearly? At the side, Mo Tianji sighed softly. Chu Yang also sighed softly almost at the same time. GMO asked in surprise, "What's wrong? What's the meaning of this?" Chu Yang and Mo Tianji did not speak, but Gu Duxing, Xie Danqiang, Ao Xie Yun, and the others all revealed thoughtful expressions. Yuan Tianjie killed Yu Qi, but did not absorb his soul power. Instead, he let it drift away. In the eyes of outsiders, Yu Qi's death was heroic and righteous, because he died for the sake of slaying the demon. But, with his strength, he really could not cause such great damage to Yuan Tianjie. Even though Yuan Tianjie was already weakened to a certain extent, with Yu Qi's strength, he still could not do it. But in reality, Yu Qi did it miraculously. This was very strange, but Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others who were aware of this did not expose it. Yuan Tianjie's identity was exposed. Humans and demons walked different paths. Their standpoints were clear. Saying something about rebellion would be superfluous. But Yuan Tianjie just said it like that. Maybe Yu Qi was really disheartened and really rushed up with the idea of dying. He really did not want to live anymore. And Yuan Tianjie did it on purpose. That pause that should not have happened was actually caused by Yuan Tianjie himself. He deliberately let his own disciple injure himself, and then kill his own disciple. He deliberately created such a scene. But he gave up on Yu Qi's soul, so that he could save a little of his true spirit and enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. He knew that by now, his disciple could not live anymore. But he used that last little bit of time to use his identity as a heavenly demon to create a little bit of glory for his disciple after death, a martyr who died for slaying the demon. This was enough to let Yu Qi's family stand proudly for a long time to come. Chu Yang sighed softly. Could it be that this inhumane heavenly demon actually also has such feelings? Could it be that demons also have feelings? Chu Yang sighed a little in his heart. Maybe the tragedy of Bookworm and the others was caused by Yuan Tianjie. But was Yuan Tianjie really the one who killed Yu Qi's family? Although Yuan Tianjie admitted it himself, Chu Yang did not think so. But Yu Qi was already dead. Whether it was true or not was no longer important. The important thing was, Yuan Tianjie still did something for this younger brother, even if it was so bitter and desperate. Chapter 23:31. But no matter what the truth was, with Yu Linglong's death, everything dissipated. In front of them, there was only one demon-slaying warrior who had fallen because of slaying demons. On the other hand, it also meant that the real demon-slaying war had been ignited and erupted. Do it! Mo Tianji shouted and gave the order decisively. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Zi Xiecheng, Brother Tiger, Tribulation's godly soul, Chu Luer, Mo Lei and the rest all retreated. Only Chu Yang and Tribulation were left. Mo Qingwu stood half a shoulder behind Chu Yang. She was the only woman who had stayed behind. She stood there quietly. Forcing out Yuan Tianjie's true body was only the first goal of the established strategy. It was only the beginning, and the real highlight was yet to come. After all, killing Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun in front of everyone and killing a heavenly demon were two completely different things. If he killed the celestial emperor of a world, no matter what the reason, motive, or original intention was, he would still face endless trouble and investigation. Even if Mo Yun Tian's local strength couldn't do anything to them, then the combined revenge from De's level was enough to make them completely scared out of their wits. Since it was someone who could kill Yuan Tianjie, then it was possible for him to kill them too. Under such thinking, Chu Yang and the rest definitely couldn't coexist with De's descendants, unless one side was completely dead. But now that Yuan Tianjie had revealed his heavenly demon true body, the fact that he was a heavenly demon was already known by many people. To Mo Tianjie and the rest, this was too advantageous. It meant that they didn't need to have any scruples anymore. The name of this battle had already changed from the destruction of a heavenly emperor to a demon-slaying event, to a heroic feat. If there were still people who wanted to make use of this matter to target Chu Yang and the rest, there was no need for Chu Yang and the rest to fight back. they would probably have been eliminated by the crowd first. However, at this point, the situation of the battle was very different from before. Yuan Tianming's real body had appeared, so he naturally did not have any scruples in doing things. Moreover, his battle strength had greatly recovered, so he was bound to be more difficult to deal with than before. Ordinary human wave tactics were hardly effective against him and might even have a negative impact. Therefore, everyone except Chu Yang and Tribulation retreated, leaving only Chu Yang and the others to encircle and annihilate the flying demon. Zi Xiecheng and the rest knew that Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, Mo Tianji and the rest were a natural and perfect formation that did not need to be deliberately set up. If they forced themselves to stay here, not only would they not be of help, they would also affect the normal operation of the formation. Therefore, Zi Xiecheng and the rest retreated and started a massacre on the heavenly fiend horde that had surged out again. As much as possible, they left empty space for Chu Yang and the others to use for the decisive battle. They must not allow anyone to interfere with this battle, and they must prevent anyone from providing assistance to Yuan Tianjia. In midair, Mu Songlan and Yi Luoyue were almost at the end of their battle. Yi Luoyue, who was gradually losing her strength, also finally revealed her true form as a heavenly fiend. If not, it would be difficult for her to deal with Mu Songlan's desperate attacks. Below, the four guards, Zi Xiecheng, Mo Lei Brother Hu, Chu Lu and the rest attacked the heavenly fiends that had emerged from Yuan Tianming's boundary. These people vaguely formed a second encirclement with Tribulation as the core. Other than preventing the heavenly fiend horde from assisting Yuan Tianming, they also had the intention of stopping Yuan Tianming from escaping after he broke through Tribulation's encirclement. Tribulation's spirit had just taken a direct hit from Yuan Tianming's explosion and almost lost the ability to fight again. If not for his special physique, his primordial body would have long collapsed and turned into ashes. However, he could only turn into a cloud of gray smoke now, hovering above the battlefield. All the soul energy and spirit bodies of the dead heavenly fiend horde were all absorbed by him. While completely eliminating future troubles, he was also recovering from his injuries and strengthening himself at the same time. In the past, it was only the heavenly fiends who absorbed the souls of the human race. Now that the tables had turned, it was the other party who absorbed the soul energy that dissipated after his death. Tribulation's spirit's injuries were gradually getting better, but when it came to taking the initiative to attack, he was still unable to do so. The generals under Yu Qi's command were all stunned when they saw Yu Qi's tragic death and saw so many heavenly fiends suddenly appearing. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What are you waiting for? Still the undying heavenly fiends. Everyone, charge over." Everyone shouted and surrounded them from all directions. Even the experts on Mu Songlan's side, together with the soldiers on Yu Qi's side, formed a third encirclement intentionally or unintentionally. The crowd turned into a huge iron bucket-like encirclement, surrounding all the heavenly fiends inside. No matter how many personal grudges and grievances they had before, when facing the heavenly fiends, everyone cast aside their former grudges and stood together against a common enemy. In battle, even if they met their old rivals who they had fought to the death with before, at most they would just laugh awkwardly and say a few harsh words. However, they would still cooperate if they needed to cooperate. No one would indulge the heavenly fiends because of personal grudges. Wang Laosan, you better fucking remember this. Today, I saved your life, and there will be a day when I will save your life. Heavens! Damn it! Fuck! Didn't you just happen to save my life? I will definitely save your life. After this, I will still fight with you tomorrow. I will not rest until you die. Fuck! Do you think I will be afraid of you? Qin Wu, you bastard. I will settle the score with you tomorrow for killing my nephew. You want to settle the score with me today? I don't have the time. Let's kill the heavenly fiends first. As for our matters, we will talk about it later. Fuck. How can we be afraid of revenge when we are still alive? Let's make a deal. The second day after we kill all the heavenly fiends will be the time to settle our grudges. Wang Er, you treacherous bastard who doesn't get up early if there are no benefits. You actually know how to save people today. Fuck off. So many heavenly fiends won't be able to shut your stinky mouth. If you have the guts, Just you wait. Let's see if I don't set up a trap to kill you one day." The two armies almost merged into each other in an extremely short period of time. There was no grudge between them at all. We don't care about the battle in the sky, but none of these heavenly fiends on the ground can escape. This was the common understanding of everyone. Yuan Tianjia looked at the battlefield below with an extremely complicated gaze. He watched as his heavenly fiend subordinates slowly dwindled and disappeared like bubbles in the sea. He watched with his own eyes as his capable subordinates, who were also saints, were instantly drowned by a large group of experts after revealing their heavenly fiends' true forms. Some people directly used their own bodies as weapons. They gave up on their skillful martial arts moves and used the most barbaric and unskillful method to hold the heavenly fiends tightly. However, they didn't self-destruct because they had more people on their side. If they self-destructed, not only would they hurt the enemy, they would also hurt themselves. Instead, they laughed wildly and allowed their comrades to beat themselves and the immobile heavenly fiends into minced meat. The first Tribulation Swordmaster had already set up the battle formation of the Swordmaster of the world. He kept accumulating his own strength, preparing for a thunderous attack. The time to kill with one strike had arrived. Mo Tianji carefully looked at Yuan Tianjia's expression and said indifferently, "Lord Flying Demon, do you see it? This is the heavenly imperial court. You want to obtain it for all eternity, but it is a place that you are destined to never be able to obtain. It doesn't matter how many grudges we have against each other. None of us will cower in the face of celestial demons and devils like you. None of us will remember any personal grudges. Not to mention that you have been the heavenly emperor for 1,000,000 years. Not to mention that you haven't done anything good. Even if you have done millions or tens of millions of good deeds for Mo Yuntian, when your identity is exposed, you will be attacked by everyone. This is not being ungrateful, but it is determined by the nature of you heavenly fiends. Those who are not of our race will be killed." Mo Tianji's voice was very calm, but the words he said were like the sharpest blades, ruthlessly stabbing into Yuan Tianjia's heart. The symbol on Yuan Tianji's forehead flickered with a dense black qi, and he said indifferently, "My clan has never thought of taking you humans for our own use. What we want from the beginning is only this space, this place, that's all." He said indifferently, "Everything else is not important. For example, it really doesn't matter how you humans treat us. When the time comes, just kill all of us. It really doesn't matter." "If that is the case, then why were you still sad just now?" Mo Tianji said indifferently, "If that is the case, why didn't you just let Yu Lai's soul be destroyed? If that is the case, why did you not hesitate to hurt yourself to give him the title of a hero after death? Sacrificing yourself for others doesn't seem to be the style of heavenly fiends. Is this not important?" Yuan Tianjia suddenly trembled all over, as if these words had caused an inexplicable pain hidden in his heart. He raised his head and screamed, "Damn it, who are you? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." Chu Yang stepped out from the crowd and said indifferently, "Yuan Tianjia, allow me to introduce myself here. I'm Chu Yang, the Chu Yang who killed your son, Yuan Shetu." Haha, I've always felt that the name Yuan Shetu was a little strange. It turns out that your original intention of naming him was to show that your son and this world were completely different paths from each other. Now, I didn't let you down and sent him to the netherworld early. Don't you feel very gratified and self-aware? So it is you. Yuan Tianjia turned his head and stared at Chu Yang. So you are Chu Yang. Although his voice was still indifferent, it gave people the feeling that he was forcefully suppressing his anger. It was very real. Chu Yang looked at Yuan Tianjia and said, "Even I did not expect that your father would all die in my hands in the end. I wonder if you have this foresight?" Chapter 23:32. Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to you to say. Chu Yang looked at his sword and said lightly, "You'll know that you're wrong later. It's not scary to not have foresight, but it's scary to lack self-awareness." Yuan Tianjia nodded fiercely. Good, good, good. Let's see who doesn't have self-awareness." The way he looked at Chu Yang became more and more ferocious. Almost all of his painstaking efforts had been destroyed because of Chu Yang alone. So, His hatred for Chu Yang was extremely deep. If Chu Yang didn't kill Yuan Sheda that day, why would Yuan Tianjie send people to kill him? If he didn't send people to kill him, why would Meng Wuya betray him? If he didn't do that, why would the conflict between Mu Zonglan and Yu Qi become so intense? If he didn't do that, why would the three kings go to kill Chu Yang and Meng Wuya? And if it weren't for these things, why would his identity as a heavenly demon be exposed after he successfully hid it for 1,000,000 years? Thinking of this, Yuan Tianji suddenly realized that the reason why his 1,000,000-year hibernation, the 1,000,000-year painstaking effort of the Heavenly Devil clan, was exposed was entirely because of Chu Yang alone. This guy was the fuse that ran through the entire situation. Chu Yang, if this king were to let you die a quick and painless death, it would be letting down your self-awareness. Yuan Tianjie put his hands behind his back and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Same here. Yuan Tianjie screamed without warning. The 12 fleshy wings on his back suddenly spread open, and he flew into the air. As fast as lightning, he almost turned into a green light. His target was Chu Yang. Move. Mo Tianji ordered. Gu Duxing sword, Dong Wushang saber, Xie Danqiong's viburnum flower, Mo Qing Wu's gentle dance dream, Ao Xie Yun's golden dragon divine technique, Rui Butong's golden phoenix, GMO and Luo Kudi's swords, and Mo Tianji's palms all pushed out at the same time. The one shining with sharp sword light was Chu Yang's calamity sword. The 10 of them completely turned into an indestructible sharp all at this moment. They attacked Yuan Tianjie head-on. Yuan Tianjie's roar shook the sky. He didn't dodge at all. His 2 hands turned into black smoke and chopped down fiercely. Yuan Tianjie actually wanted to use his heavily injured body to take on the power of tribulation head-on. This action showed Yuan Tianming's determination to fight to the death. To be honest, Yuan Tianjie's action was somewhat out of Mo Tianji's expectations. In Mo Tianji's estimation, Yuan Tianjie would most likely use the method of attacking tribulation separately, avoiding the strong and attacking the weak. If that was the case, Rui Budong, GMO, and Luo Kadi, who were relatively weaker, and Mo Qingwu, who was a woman, would most likely become Yuan Tianjie's primary targets. But now, Yuan Tianjie actually chose to attack head-on. This was undoubtedly beyond Mo Tianji's expectations. However, this was even better. This was because the current situation was what Mo Tianji wanted to see after all his plans, schemes, arrangements, and attacks. In fact, Chu Yang's previous series of provocative words, even using himself as bait to lure Yuan Tianming into attacking him, was all for the sake of complementing Mo Tianji's plan. He didn't know if it was because a certain king of hell's poisonous tongue was too incisive that he actually attracted Yuan Tianming's full attention. The reason why such a tactic was formulated was because if Yuan Tianjie really wanted to escape, with his tyrannical cultivation, even if tens of millions of soldiers gathered here, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. But as long as he was determined to fight to the death, then everything would be easy to deal with. Forcing Yuan Tianjie to the point where he had no choice but to personally lead the army before he recovered from his injuries was the most praiseworthy thing that Mo Tianji thought Xie Danqiong had done. Mo Tianji thought that this was a good foundation, and it was a great foundation that was bestowed by the heavens. After that, he continued to attack and destroy, so that Yuan Tianjie's injuries would never have the chance to recover. This continued all the way. Finally, there was the thunderous attack that made things worse for the 4 great guards. What Mo Tianji didn't expect the most was that Yuan Tianjie was actually willing to get injured again for Yu Qi. This could be considered a completely unexpected gain. After that, Mo Tianji's words were equivalent to forcing Yuan Tianjie into a dead end. This was a common mentality that belonged to all living creatures. Whether the target was a heavenly demon or a human, it was the same. No matter whether Yuan Tianjie was a heavenly demon or not, no matter whether he had ulterior motives, he had always worked hard in Mo Yun Tian for millions of years. Seeing the people that he had governed for millions of years finally turn against him, this feeling was always unpleasant. Yu Qi was willing to be loyal to Yuan Tianjie, even to death, but she wasn't willing to be loyal to Yuan Tianjie, who had revealed his heavenly demon true body. She didn't hesitate to fight with her life. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers who had obeyed his orders had all turned against him. This was a feeling of being betrayed by his own people, just because she was a heavenly demon. Mo Tianji's words were like knives, riddling Yuan Tianjia's heart with holes step by step. And at such a crucial moment, Chu Yang, the main culprit, jumped out again. A series of more deliberate and vicious words completely broke through Yuan Tianjia's last psychological defense. This allowed the old and new hatred to completely rush into Yuan Tianjia's heart and take root. Mo Tianji's strategy could be said to be completely successful. However, although he left Yuan Tianjia behind, it also brought great danger to himself and the others. Although the four great guards still had a certain amount of fighting power, they were all seriously injured without exception. Moreover, even if they weren't injured, rashly entering the core of the battle would also disrupt and destroy the overall power of tribulation. This battle was destined to end with tribulation. Yuan Tianjia didn't back down at all. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he came crashing down. The tip of Chu Yang's sword also met it at that moment. Boom! The combined power of 10 people collided head-on with Yuan Tianjia's fist. Two equally ferocious and tyrannical forces collided with each other without any tricks and without any deviation. Oomph! Yuan Tianjia let out a muffled snort and staggered backward. Every step he took out, a huge pit would appear on the ground 1,000 feet below. He retreated 17 steps before he regained his balance. His ferocious eyes stared straight ahead. Puff, puff, puff. On Tribulation's side, 10 people's bodies were thrown up at the same time. All of them spat out blood and flew out in 10 different directions. However, their combined auras were still closely connected and didn't separate at all. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji still exchanged glances at the critical moment. Both of them felt a sense of shock in each other's eyes, as well as a sense of relief. They were shocked because although Yuan Tianjia was already seriously injured to such an extent, he actually still had the strength to fight head-on with Tribulation and use his increased strength to force him back. As for relief, it was because, after all, he still hadn't really broken through the combined forces of his brothers. In this way, he had more confidence in himself. After retreating, Chu Yang didn't wait for his momentum to dissipate. He already somersaulted in the air and rushed back like lightning. As he somersaulted, Mo Qingwu also somersaulted lightly and rushed back with Chu Yang almost at the same time. At this moment, it was as if she didn't have the ability to make her own decisions at all. She just moved according to Chu Yang's movements. At this moment, other than using her own heavenly dance divine technique, all her cultivation, including her spirit, was integrated into Chu Yang's cultivation. In life and death, they would never leave each other. In this life, although the two of them had never engaged in any kind of dual cultivation between a man and a woman, at this moment, when their hearts and minds were in sync, what they displayed was the highest level of dual cultivation that very few people could achieve. In life and death, they would always be one heart. Black clothes like ink, red clothes like clouds. Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu became one and chased after them at high speed. Yuan Tianjia's eyes revealed a trace of sincere viciousness. He suddenly roared, "Ice sealing heaven and earth." The rich heavenly demonic energy that flowed out from his body suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold wind. In just a moment, the whole world seemed to be completely frozen by this bone-piercing cold wind. As far as the eye could see, a layer of white frost solidified on the ground in an instant. Then, it transformed into a field of ice. In the next moment, the whole ground suddenly cracked open. On the ground, there were many people who unknowingly got close to the battle. Whether they were heavenly demons or humans, their whole bodies were frozen at the same time. Then, they shattered with a crash. Even their flesh didn't fall, leaving only hard particles on the ground. It actually completely froze the human body from the inside out, turning them into broken glass. This was already the most extreme cold between heaven and earth. This was because almost every single one of the people who had died in this cold was an expert. But in the face of such bitter cold, they didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. No one knew who was the first to shout, "It's dangerous here. Run quickly." Everyone who got close to this circle ran out quickly. They didn't even dare to fly, because even the air and water vapor in the air, had already condensed because of it. Flying forward and coming into contact with it was practically like flying over a mountain of knives. Most likely, before they could fly out, they would turn into eerie white bones. On the ground, countless huge cracks continued to spread outwards, and new cracks kept appearing. Such a scene was really beyond the knowledge of everyone present. Chu Yang and Imo Qingwu's rapidly flying bodies were suddenly frozen in midair. They didn't move at all. Yuan Tianjie retracted his hand and walked forward step by step. He said with a hideous smile, "In my life, what I hate the most is the so-called loving couple. What I hate the most is the bullshit true love in the human world. Every time I see it, I always have an urge to destroy it. And you two are exactly what I hate the most." Chapter 23:33. Destroying all the beautiful things in the world, filling my eyes and ears with the human world. Desolation, that is my greatest enjoyment. Chu Yang, look at this little girl's deep affection for you. If this beauty of yours were to die, wouldn't you be very happy? Ha ha ha. I'll let you have a good time first. Yuan Tianjie laughed sinisterly. With a flip of his wrist, a long sword as black as ink, still emitting demonic aura, suddenly appeared. With a swing of the sword, it flew towards Chu Yang. The tip of the sword was pointed at Imo Qingwu's neck, which was already sealed in ice. The black long sword flashed and arrived. The Tribulation brothers were frozen in mid-air. It seemed that they were already powerless against this sword. Chu Yang looked coldly at Yuan Tianjie, who was rushing towards him. His body, which had already seemed to be frozen, actually moved strangely. He said lightly, "You want to kill all the people I care about the most? You don't have the qualifications to do so." With a long howl, the Calamity Sword instantly emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. With a puff, Yuan Tianji's ink-colored sword was struck down and turned into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, all the ice power that filled the space was completely disintegrated. The next moment, a cold light rushed straight towards Yuan Tianjie. Yuan Tianjie hurriedly dodged, and a piece of his sleeve, together with a piece of flesh, was cut off from his body. But he didn't seem to feel it. He just stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. How can this be? I only managed to activate the icebound heaven and earth with the Heavenly Emperor's providence and the full strength of my demonic soul. As long as it's powerful enough, it can seal heaven and earth. You're just a mere high-level saint. How can you not be affected by my Heavenly Emperor's icebound heaven and earth, and even counterattack immediately? I'll answer this question for you. A cold voice said mockingly, because your icebound heaven and earth is just a joke in front of us. It's just child's play. With this sentence, the originally motionless Gu Duxing had already flown rapidly to the sky above Yuan Tianjie. The black dragon's sword in his hand turned into a condensed cold light, stabbing straight down. Why are all of you not affected? This is impossible. Yuan Tianming was furious. He accurately punched the tip of Gu Duxing's sword. While Gu Duxing spat out blood and retreated, on the other side, Dong Wushang had already leaped to the top of Yuan Tianming's head and ruthlessly chopped down with his saber. Dong Wushang didn't say a single word, but this saber strike was extremely domineering. Its might was even above Gu Duxing's sword strike earlier. At practically the exact same moment, GMO, Luo Ku Di, and the others swarmed over and attacked Yuan Tianming. Xiedanqiong's viburnum flower finally bloomed on Yuan Tianjie's back, and a cloud of black blood flew up. Imo Tianji finally heaved a sigh of relief. He thought in his heart, I finally forced out this move. The outcome had been decided. Imo Tianji had already learned about this killing move from Mu Tsonglan. Yuan Tianji had a type of martial art that could freeze the heavens and earth in an instant. Once it was used, all enemies would be sealed in ice. They would no longer have the power to fight back and would be slaughtered. Even De Empress would be affected to a certain extent. However, if it wasn't a critical moment, Yuan Tianming would definitely not use it, because this move consumed too much energy. When he heard this, Imo Tianji already had a plan. Because only Chu Yang's Calamity Sword could easily get rid of this strange situation. The Calamity Sword was the #1 divine weapon in the world. Whether it was ice or fire, it would not be able to withstand a single blow from the Calamity Sword. No matter what kind of strange martial art it was, as long as the Calamity Sword was present, it would all be dissolved. Mo Tianji had seen this point more than once. And in battle, Chu Yang and the others' cultivations and divine souls were tightly connected, forming a complete body. As long as Chu Yang himself was not affected, it meant that none of the brothers would be affected. And this was the final step of Mo Tianji's demon-slaying plan, and also the most crucial step. Yuan Tianming had already used all his strength to use this killing move, but it did not have any effect. Apart from the psychological blow, his physical condition was bound to be even worse. Yuan Tianjia was confident that his sure kill attack was easily neutralized by the enemy. Moreover, even when the other party attacked him again, he still didn't understand what was going on. This was a nightmare for Yuan Tianming. It had never happened before. One must know that this move had always been Yuan Tianjia's trump card. He had full confidence that even if it was Shui Lei Han, as long as he faced this move head-on, Shui Lei Han would also be completely suppressed by him for a certain period of time. Only when nearly half of the frozen heaven and earth's freezing power had dissipated would this restriction gradually disappear. As for those below Juniho's level, including the super-strong 7-star guards, they would have to wait until at least 70% of the frozen heaven and earth's power had dissipated. Only then would they have a chance to escape from the frozen heaven and earth's frozen state. Chu Yang and the others, whose strength was much weaker than Juniho's, basically had no chance of escaping by themselves. He had even made up his mind. Once I release this move, it will work instantly. I will freeze all these hateful ants in front of me. I will certainly keep my promise and kill this beautiful little girl in red first. Then, I will kill those people next to her one by one. They are Chu Yang's brothers. Just like that. He would only leave Chu Yang alive, and would not even harm a single hair on him. Then, he would float away and find a chance to slowly toy with Chu Yang in the future. With his cultivation, he could definitely reach Demon Emperor Heaven silently and crush Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion. He would toy with Chu Yang all the way until the last moment and only kill him after his mind had completely collapsed. To Yuan Tianming, this was the happiest and most thorough method of revenge. He believed that this Chu Yang would slowly be toyed to death by him. Only then would he be able to vent the anger that had been pent up in his heart all this time. This was the best punishment for the main culprit, but he had never imagined that the result would be like this. His ultimate move, which was enough to threaten the Eastern Sovereign and was enough to restrain everyone under the first Empress June, was completely ineffective against these ants in front of him. At this moment, his entire body's cultivation had been depleted, and there wasn't much left. But the other party had actually launched a powerful counterattack at this delicate moment. Wasn't this a little too tragic? Yuan Tianming's heart was extremely miserable, but he also understood that this was a dangerous battle. The other party was about to kill him. If he still thought about such trivial things, he would be courting death. He hurriedly collected his thoughts and focused on resisting the other party's successive killing moves. In just one move, he went from being evenly matched and even having a slight advantage to being completely at a disadvantage. Yuan Tianming's cultivation was now less than 100%. He was almost out of energy, but he still mustered all his remaining strength to resist the attacks. Yuan Tianming's million years of battle experience was easy at first. Although he was completely at a disadvantage, he still tried his best to contend. First, he blasted out a palm to shake off the momentum of Chu Yang's tribulation sword, and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Then, he used all his remaining strength to forcefully push away Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who had the strongest killing power. Chu Yang and the other two people's joint attacks were actually unable to seriously injure Yuan Tianming at this moment. Yuan Tianming barely managed to deal with the attacks of Chu Yang and the other two experts, and his heart relaxed a little. Chu Yang and the other two were the three strongest people on the enemy's side. He barely managed to deal with them, and he would have a chance to recover. Unexpectedly, just as he thought this, an inexplicable pain came rapidly from his body. It was Xie Danxiong's viburnum flower that had silently bloomed on his body. Yuan Tianming clearly felt that intense physical pain. This was a pain that he had never experienced in tens of thousands of years. Even if he had been injured repeatedly before, it was only mental damage and spiritual damage. Speaking of physical damage, this was the first time he had experienced it. Yuan Tianji roared in pain and soared into the sky. However, GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Budong, and Ao Sheyun chased after him like a shadow. While he was in midair, Jimo's sword actually slipped out of his hand. Whoosh! I only need a little bit of time to catch my breath. As long as I can catch my breath, I will be able to crush all of these ants into powder. I will be able to escape unhurriedly. I only need a little bit of time. That's all. Yuan Tianming's heart was screaming crazily at this moment. He had never imagined that he would fall into such a miserable state one day. Just as he thought of this, he felt a pain on his back. A sword had fiercely pierced through his back. Although he was suddenly injured, Yuan Tianming's state of mind was not disturbed. With a loud shout, his body spun rapidly. The long sword that had just pierced through his body was only halfway in when the whole sword had already turned into powder. However, even if it was only halfway in, it had already pierced through his body. Right at the place where the long sword had turned into powder, a fountain of black blood gushed out. It had only gushed out for a moment, and then it had already turned into a pervasive black smoke. The bloody hole that had been pierced through there had already been repaired. No matter how much one's origin energy had been consumed, that unimaginably fast recovery speed had already become a kind of instinct. Even in such a situation, Yuan Tianming was still extremely difficult to kill. However, when Luo Kadi, Rui Budong, and Ao Shen saw that Jimo's move was effective, they all followed suit. 3 long swords were mixed with all of their cultivation and flew out of their hands. Like meteors chasing after the moon, they pierced towards Yuan Tianming. As the battle continued, at this moment, all the combatants were already high up in the sky. There was nothing around them that could block their line of sight. Below, almost everyone was stretching their necks to watch all the movements in the sky. They watched as Yuan Tianming rose up step by step, and the Tribulation Brothers did their best to chase after him, not giving Yuan Tianming any time to catch his breath. At this moment, everyone's heart was beating like a drum. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone was extremely nervous. The moment of victory or defeat might be decided at this moment, or perhaps at the next moment. 3 swords flew over in a crisscross. Yuan Tianming roared furiously. With a kick, 2 swords were kicked far away by him. With just a buzz, they had already turned into meteors in the sky. However, Ao Sheyun's golden dragon sword pierced into his thigh like lightning. Chapter 23:34. This time, he didn't fake his life at all. The damage caused was incomparable to Jimo's half-pierced sword. Although it wasn't a vital point, the injury was more severe. Yuan Tianjie screamed loudly and spat out a large amount of black gas. He reached out and pulled out the golden dragon sword, breaking it into 2 with a crack. But this little bit of delay was enough. Chu Yang once again attacked with his sword. A beautiful red silk arrived first like a flying immortal. It fluttered in the air for hundreds of feet and wrapped around Yuan Tianjie's neck with extreme precision. It twisted fiercely. Yuan Tianjie's eyes widened, and the black gas around his body shook violently. That red silk instantly turned into fine powder with a bang. The owner of the red silk, Mo Qingwu, also spat out a mouthful of blood and was on the verge of collapse. But Chu Yang's calamity sword had already pierced into Yuan Tianjie's chest. The unique devouring power of the calamity sword was immediately activated. Yuan Tianjie used his strength to break the red silk around his neck. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly screamed, "What sword is this? What sword is this?" His scream was actually filled with unprecedented fear. A palm hit Chu Yang's chest with a bang. Chu Yang's hand pulled out the calamity sword from Yuan Tianjie's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown far away. A saber fell from the sky. It was Dong Wushang holding the saber with both hands. He slashed down fiercely, and there was no return. With a chi sound, this blade hacked down with extreme speed, but it hacked down fiercely from Yuan Tianjie's left shoulder, all the way to his waist, practically cleaving this heavenly emperor ink cloud into two halves. But when the black saber slashed down on Yuan Tianjie's internal organs, it suddenly encountered an extremely strong resistance. It couldn't go down even an inch. Yuan Tianjie shouted loudly and suddenly kicked Dong Wushang's chest. With a crack, Dong Wushang's chest caved in completely. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky powerlessly. Yuan Tianjie reached out his right hand and touched the hilt of the black saber that was still embedded in his body. His face was filled with indescribable pain. Without waiting for Yuan Tianjie to pull out the hilt of the black saber, another beam of sword light had already arrived. With a schwa sound, Yuan Tianjie's right hand, which had just touched the hilt of his sword, was chopped off by that sword. Yuan Tianjie, who was in extreme pain, suddenly leaned to the side, his shoulders slamming into the person's chest. Gu Duxing, Cloudy Heaven Sword. Gu Duxing let out a furious roar. He simply didn't care about how many bones in his chest had already been shattered by Yuan Tianjie's attack. He actually seized the opportunity to step on the handle of Dong Wushang's dark saber before he was sent flying by the powerful recoil and stomped down forcefully. At this moment, the black saber was still stuck in Yuan Tianjie's body. The sound of flesh rubbing against each other could be heard, but it only lasted for a brief moment. Boom! Although Gu Duxing gave it his all, he only had time to exert a little bit of strength. Yuan Tianjie's counterforce had already sent him flying out, and he had completely lost his ability to move. However, the black saber continued to slash down 3 inches even though it was only for a moment. At this moment, it had already struck Yuan Tianjie's thoracic vertebra. In fact, the tip of the blade had already sunk in. Just a little bit more, and it would have broken Yuan Tianjie's thoracic vertebra. Luo Kadi, Rui Budong, and Ao Sheyan rushed up at the same time. They surrounded Yuan Tianjie, who was howling in agony, and pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, countless punches and kicks landed on Yuan Tianjie's face and body in a disorderly manner, but without any fakeness at all. Yuan Tianjie passively dealt with the attacks coming from all directions, but his main focus was still on the black saber. He still wanted to pull the black saber out of his body. The black saber that was stuck in his chest was Yuan Tianjie's greatest worry. If it couldn't be removed, how could he talk about recovering his body? Ao Sheyan suddenly stretched out his right hand in the middle of the battle. It actually turned into a huge dragon claw and grabbed Yuan Tianjie's head fiercely. Yuan Tianjie roared and kicked Ao Sheyan into the distance. However, Rui Budong had already spun himself like a windmill. In the nick of time, he kicked fiercely into Yuan Tianjie's stomach. Yes, he kicked directly into Yuan Tianjie's stomach. His whole foot passed through Yuan Tianjie's skin and flesh, and along the gap cut open by the black saber, it directly kicked Yuan Tianjie's internal organs. Yuan Tianjie screamed desperately. His left hand that had already been split open actually turned into smoke, slowly curling down and grabbing Rui Budong's foot tightly. His right hand, which already had no palm, smashed onto Rui Budong's face like a huge hammer. Every time it smashed, Rui Budong would let out a scream. But at the same time, Yuan Tianjie also let out a scream. His hand had already been chopped off, and there was no time for it to regrow. He could only use his pale white bones to smash onto Rui Budong's face. How could it not hurt? The people below trembled all over when they saw this scene. When had they ever seen such a tragic battle in this generation? Yuan Tianjie had already smashed Rui Budong more than a dozen times in an instant. Rui Budong's foot was grabbed by the other party, and he couldn't escape at all. His whole head was smashed like a rotten persimmon. His brain was splattered. A flower bloomed in front of Yuan Tianjie's eyes like a dream. Bang! Viburnum flower. Countless petals drilled into Yuan Tianjie's face at the same time like ghosts, and then they exploded. Under the intense pain, Yuan Tianjie's left hand finally let go of Rui Budong's foot. He covered his face with his hand and screamed miserably. Chu Yang roared. Blood was still spurting out of his mouth, but the tribulation sword in his hand had already turned into flowing light again. The tribulation sword was used again. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? The tribulation sword and the sword collided with Dong Wushang's black saber with incomparable precision. First, there was a crisp bang. Then, there was a crack. Yuan Tianji's spine was finally cut in half. Under the strong momentum bestowed by the tribulation sword, the black saber, with a fierce driving force, pushed through Yuan Tianji's waist like a hot knife through butter. Half of his body fell straight down from the sky. Below, Imo Tianji spread out his two hands, which turned into two huge hands with a radius of 1,000 feet, and slapped down fiercely. The lower half of Yuan Tianji's body that fell down, along with his 2 feet, bones and flesh, instantly turned into minced meat. Yuan Tianji's demonic bones were smashed into pieces. However, Imo Tianji's 2 palms also turned into minced meat under this blow. Yuan Tianji's bones were really hard to the extreme. Even though Imo Tianji destroyed them with one strike, the rebound power of the bones that had already lost the support of life force still shattered Imo Tianji's hands into pieces. However, Imo Tianji's blow still destroyed more than half of Yuan Tianji's soul in the end. 2 feet, 1 left hand, and the entire lower half of his body were all smashed into a mist of blood. The moment the lower half of his body was completely smashed, Yuan Tianji seemed to have felt it. He looked up to the sky and howled miserably, extremely mournfully. However, at this moment, Chu Yang controlled the tribulation sword and ruthlessly stabbed into the remaining half of Yuan Tianji's body. From the front, he pushed the remaining half of Yuan Tianji's body 1,000 feet away. Although Yuan Tianji's entire lower half of his body was chopped off, his internal organs actually didn't fall out because of this. Instead, there was a layer of thick black gas that held them in place. However, at this moment, even if he could still hold on and not die, he had lost any power to fight back. Facing Chu Yang's fierce and crazy attacks, Yuan Tianji suddenly roared. At this moment, his neck suddenly elongated. He opened his mouth, and his white teeth ruthlessly bit towards Chu Yang's throat. Yuan Tianji's limbs were crippled, and his body was incomplete. He didn't have the strength to fight back, but he still refused to admit defeat. He actually fought back with his teeth. His fighting spirit was really terrifying. Unfortunately, this final counterattack was still meaningless. With a wave of his left hand, Chu Yang had already taken out a large piece of star iron from the tribulation space. He ruthlessly slapped it on Yuan Tianji's mouth and stuffed it into it. Yuan Tianji painfully shook his head. With a loud explosion, the star iron in his mouth was actually forcefully spat out and ruthlessly smashed into Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang didn't care about this change. He let out a loud cry. It was truly heart-wrenching. And under Yuan Tianji's body, after this torment, the broken wound started to drip black blood again. After Luo Kadi retreated, he turned into a shooting star and rushed towards the wound under Yuan Tianji's body with his sword. From the wound, the tip of the sword rushed in like a poisonous dragon. Even half of Luo Kadi's upper body also drilled into Yuan Tianji's body together. With a muffled roar, Luo Kadi's lower body was constantly spinning. The extremely sharp sword spun fiercely, crushing the internal organs that Yuan Tianji had been carefully guarding all along. Countless pieces of flesh and blood turned into cow hair in the air and fell down like fine rain. With another bang, Yuan Tianji's body actually exploded in the air. The 12 flesh wings on his back slowly fell from the air. It was GMO who came over on his sword and crushed those 12 flesh wings in the air. Only then did Luo Kadi's entire body come out from Yuan Tianji's chest. He was covered in blood. The heavenly emperor of ink cloud's entire body was gone at this moment. Only his head was left. But he actually still didn't die. A pair of angry eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yang. A strange voice was still shouting, "Chu Yang, I won't spare you. I definitely won't let you off." Chu Yang snorted coldly. One ray of cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms. With a few poof sounds, the tip of the sword poured down like a rainstorm, all landing on Yuan Tianji's head. His 2 eyes were first pierced blind. Then, his entire head was chopped into pieces by the sword. Finally, it completely disappeared. At this point, the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianji, was finally dead. Only until now did the millions of people watching the battle below finally breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that heavenly demons were actually so hard to kill. Already killed to the point where only his head was left, he actually still didn't die? Still spouting nonsense? Chapter 23:35. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji both frowned, paying attention to all the movements around them. The destruction of Yuan Tianji's physical body was only the first step. However, his powerful divine spirit would definitely not be destroyed so easily. In this battle, both of them were trying, both of them were summarizing their findings. However, it was undeniable that both of them had a common worry. Extraterrestrial demons were indeed not combative. If they met on the battlefield in the future, with their current strength, they would definitely be at a disadvantage against such a strange enemy. They had to strengthen their soul attacks. Otherwise, they would not be able to pull such a team into the battlefield. At this moment, the calm sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds again. A black fog curled up and flew. The more it spun, the faster it spun. Then, a human figure condensed from the black fog. Yuan Tianjia. It was Yuan Tianjia, just like when he was alive. Just like just now. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that he could be reborn even after being destroyed? Could it be that this extraterrestrial demon was actually immortal? How could they fight against him? Some of the more knowledgeable experts sighed in their hearts. This was not Yuan Tianjia being reborn unharmed, but Yuan Tianjia's divine spirit appearing after his physical body was destroyed. Yuan Tianjia's divine spirit had actually reached an astonishing level where it could survive without the help of a physical body. Yuan Tianjia's godly soul floated quietly in the air. His eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yang, and he actually opened his mouth to speak. Chu Yang, you ants are indeed very powerful. You can actually completely destroy my physical body. But what you didn't expect is that my godly soul has already reached the transcendent stage of indestructibility. So what if you destroy my physical body? As long as I go back, we will meet again on the battlefield in a few years. In addition to the deep-rooted hatred in Yuan Tianjia's voice, there was actually some pride. What other methods do you have? You can use them one by one, and see if you can stop my divine spirit from leaving. The group of experts were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Yes, for an expert who had already reached this level, ordinary methods were indeed difficult to deal with, let alone destroy. Just because he was no longer afraid of any physical attacks in the world. But at this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out in the sky, and a ball of raging fire burned without warning. In the land of fire, a person slowly stood up and said with a strange smile, "There are all kinds of laws in the world, and there are ways to break them. Others may not be able to do anything to you, but since you have turned into a soul, there is no way you can escape from my grasp." In the midst of the raging flames, Rue Batong, who had been almost smashed into meat paste and had lost all signs of life, had actually completely recovered. He strode out, his entire body surrounded by blazing white flames, and rushed towards Yuan Tianjia at top speed. Yuan Tianming was shocked and shouted in disbelief, So you are that phoenix?" Rue Batong burst into laughter. "Yes, I'm that phoenix. Fuck your mother. What do you mean by that? It's that. It's a girl. Fuck. You, this skyfiend cub, don't even know how to speak properly. You deserve to die in your old hands." The indifference on the face of Yuan Tianjia's soul instantly disappeared, and a look of genuine horror appeared on his face. Suddenly, he flew up rapidly, obviously wanting to escape and retreat unscathed. Rue Batong burst into laughter. "Idiot, a soul actually wants to run away in front of the Nirvana heavenly fire? You are a fucking idiot." With a boom, flames suddenly rose into the sky and filled the whole sky. In the blazing white flames, Yuan Tianjia's soul struggled painfully in the sky, turning into a long strip one moment and then into a round ball the next. But no matter how he changed, he couldn't escape the burning of the monstrous fire. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this flying devil king of the sky fiends was destined to fall here today. Chu Yang waved his hand, and Rue Batong burst into laughter, shrinking the flames a little. In the flames, Yuan Tianjie's soul was still screaming in agony, earth-shattering. The continuous burning of the nirvana heavenly fire was something that even a man of steel couldn't bear. That was the ultimate pain that went straight to the soul. Not to mention being burned directly in the form of a soul. Chu Yang took a step forward and said, Yuan Tianjie, is it very painful? Yuan Tianjie's spirit was screaming. He was in extreme pain. For a moment, he couldn't say a word, but his eyes were full of pleading as he looked at Chu Yang. It was obvious that Yuan Tianjie couldn't bear it anymore. The nirvana heavenly fire was indeed powerful. It could actually make a sky fiend king so painful that he wished he was dead. As long as you answer a few of my questions honestly, I can make the decision to let you die a quick and painless death. You don't have to suffer this anymore. Chu Yang said softly. He believed that a quick and painless death was definitely something that Yuan Tianjie yearned for even in his dreams right now. Yuan Tianjie struggled painfully and asked, What do you want to ask me? I want to ask. Before Chu Yang could finish his words, the sky was suddenly filled with thousands of rays of multicolored light. An endless holy aura instantly filled the entire black cloud sky. A seven-colored cloud suddenly appeared in midair, and a voice said with a sigh, Yuan Tianjie, I didn't expect you to really be an extraterrestrial demon. The seven-colored cloud in the sky stretched out a big hand without any warning. On this hand, there was even a section of a pure white sleeve. This hand actually ignored the nirvana heavenly fire that could burn everything in the world and easily reached into it. It grabbed Yuan Tianjie's soul and said lightly, Extraterrestrial demon, you really have guts. You actually dared to enter my heavenly imperial court and fool everyone to this extent. Yuan Tianjie's remnant soul was obviously struggling violently. It wanted to say something, but no sound came out when it opened its mouth. The owner of this big hand sighed softly and said lightly, Since you're an extraterrestrial demon, you deserve to be consigned to eternal damnation. The fingers gently clenched together, and with a pop sound, it was as if a bubble was being crushed. Yuan Tianjie's soul was instantly crushed by this big hand. A surge of soul energy soared into the sky, and then turned into the purest spiritual energy in the world. Heavenly Emperor of the Dark Sky Cloud, Yuan Tianjie, the extraterrestrial demon king of the flying demons. Finally, on this day, his soul had been completely destroyed, and he had completely disappeared from this world. It's the world-purifying hand. His Majesty the Saint Monarch has arrived. Mu Tsonglan, who had the highest cultivation, shouted with joy. The world-purifying hand was recognized as the #1 person in the heavenly imperial court, the Saint Monarch's famous move. The power of this move was unknown, because everyone who received this move had all died. When this hand appeared, all demons bowed their heads, and when this move was used, all demons and evils would die. Today, this supreme move reappeared in the world, and it continued to write the legends of the past. Under this move, even Yuan Tianjie's soul, the flying demon king of extraterrestrial demons, was not spared. With one move, his soul was destroyed. That big hand did not disappear just like that. Instead, it continued to stretch out slowly and said lightly, Extraterrestrial demons, since you've come to the heavenly imperial court, then you can't be allowed to live. It actually grabbed Luoyue, who was about to escape in the distance. Even with her cultivation, she did not have the slightest ability to resist this big hand. She was grabbed by that hand just like that. Then, with a crack, her entire body was instantly crushed into powder. Just like his master, his soul was destroyed, and he was consigned to eternal damnation. In fact, he didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Ever since this big hand appeared, Chu Yang and Mo Tianjie had very tacitly stopped all their subsequent actions. They only watched quietly as the subsequent events unfolded. They watched as this big hand easily destroyed Yuan Tianjie's soul and Luoyue's soul. As for the remaining extraterrestrial demon horde on the ground, they were also wiped clean by everyone. Mo Yuntian, this part of the world was finally clean. There were no more demonic evils in this place. But for some reason, When the two of them looked at the divine hand that was filled with righteousness and holy radiance, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Whether it was Chu Yang or Imo Tianji, these two were extremely daring people. Although they were only in their 20s, the experiences they had in these 2 decades were more colorful than those old monsters and immortals who had lived for thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of years. Aside from having amazing cultivation and unparalleled skills, they were also confident that their intelligence was not inferior to anyone else's. The two of them thought back to all the opponents they had faced in the past. Some were shocked, some were respectful, and some were surprised. No matter if it was Diwu Qingru, the Tribulation Clan, the Fifth Law Supreme, or the Double Sky Demon, no matter how strong and powerful their opponents were, no matter how difficult it was to defeat them, they had never felt fear. However, at this moment, facing someone they had never met before, they actually felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. How could the two of them not be shocked? That extremely holy 7-colored cloud paused for a moment amidst the cheers of the crowd. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji could clearly feel that the person above wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. After a while, that 7-colored cloud turned into an extremely dazzling 7-colored rainbow. It soared into the sky, leaving behind a boundless brilliance in the sky as it rapidly disappeared into the horizon. There was only silence left on the ground. His Majesty the Saint Emperor is invincible. Long live His Majesty the Saint Emperor. Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Tens of millions of people cheered at the same time. Chu Yang let out a soft sigh. This battle had finally come to an end. Tribulation against the Heavenly Emperor. Although he won in the end, he also paid a huge price. Chu Yang, Imo Qingwu, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, and GMO were all seriously injured. Imo Tianji, who had the lightest injury, also paid the price of having both his palms crippled. Rue Budong was even beaten until he was furious. However, the heavenly demon king that they were facing now was still in a bleak state where his strength had fallen to rock bottom and his cultivation was less than 10%. Chapter 23:36. Then? There were some things that one might not think much of when they were done, but when one reflected on them afterwards and looked forward to the future, one couldn't help but feel a bit of fear and confusion. Imo Tianji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his newly reborn robe and said indifferently, "If Yuan Tianjia wasn't injured at all with his cultivation, I'm afraid none of us would have survived today." Chu Yang nodded heavily to show his approval. The crazed book and the painting king were standing in an empty space. They seemed to have lost something. There was an indescribable melancholy and loss on their faces. In the end, he still couldn't take revenge with his own hands. For the two of them, this was undoubtedly an extremely regretful thing. However, there was nothing he could do. Both of them saw Yuan Tianjia's ultimate attack. If the two of them had fought face to face at that time, they would have been easily killed by Yuan Tianji. In this world, perhaps only Chu Yang's Calamity Sword was unaffected and could counterattack immediately. Only Rue Budong's Nirvana Heavenly Fire could destroy such a divine soul. However, the empty melancholy in their hearts could not be dispelled. No one could dispel it. Revenge for his family, revenge for his brothers. At this moment, all of these thoughts surged into his heart. That familiar voice and smile were still vivid in their minds, causing the two of them to feel unbearably sad and sorrowful. Compared to their desolation, Mu Tsonglan's mental state was much better. During this period of time, he had been carrying the stigma of being rebellious, ungrateful, and reckless. Especially since this stigma had been personally confirmed by the number one person in the imperial court, the Holy Monarch, there was almost no room for refutation. In this regard, Mu Tsonglan no longer held any hope of being able to wash away the stain on his name. However, in today's battle against the demons, the one who finally understood Yuan Tianming's heavenly demon divine soul was the Lord Sage. This undoubtedly meant that the Lord Sage approved of his actions. All the stain on his name had been removed. Although he couldn't help but recall his past friendship with Yuan Tianming, he felt extremely gratified in his heart. Yuan Tianji is confirmed to be a demonic evildoer. The Holy Monarch has personally killed the devil spawn. These two pieces of news spread like a gust of wind. The entire black cloud sky suddenly became boiling. But no matter what, Yuan Tianji was dead in the end, and Mo Yuntian had finally eliminated this biggest hidden danger. The two armies joined forces. Given Mu Tsonglan's methods and his former prestige in the military, he was able to easily pacify the discontent of the opposing army. They set off majestically toward the capital. As for the original crime of the Dreamslayer army, it naturally disappeared. However, Meng Wuya no longer wanted to return to Mo Yuntian. Over there are also good brothers who went through the tribulation with me. We have the same goal, and that is to slaughter all the heavenly devils. General Mu, you'll always be my big brother. We'll meet again in the future, on the battlefield outside the realm. Mu Tsonglan could only sigh at Meng Wuya's choice. Under the powerful effect of the heavy pill, everyone quickly recovered from their injuries. Chu Yang and the others didn't want to go. However, Xie Danxiong couldn't bear to part with the brothers who had just gathered. So, he invited them with all his might. But everyone was also reluctant to part with them. So, they formed the last echelon and set off together. Besides this reason, Chu Yang always felt that there should be some unsolved mysteries in Mo Yuntian that needed to be unearthed himself. Yuan Tianji was indeed dead, but his death also took away some of the mysteries forever. How did he sneak into Mo Yuntian back then? If he didn't have the support of a considerable force, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Chu Yang absolutely didn't believe that Yuan Tianji, who had no foundation, could reach where he was today. Secondly, during the Battle of Zishao Heaven, 2 of Zihao's 7 bodyguards died inexplicably in the black cloud sky. Was there a connection between the two? What in the world had happened? This was also another unsolved mystery. Apart from this, the other 5 of Zishao Heaven's 7 reinforcements all died in Mo Yuntian. Was there anything strange about each other? Perhaps others might not know about these people, but Yuan Tianji definitely knew. With these mysteries to be solved, how could Chu Yang give up if he didn't go to the palace to take a look? Tan Tan, who hadn't appeared all this while, finally appeared. He was dejected and listless. Of course, Chu Yang noticed this guy. However, he ignored him. Until this night, Xie Danxiong specially ordered the guards to withdraw so that the entire campsite would become the private domain of Brother Jia. Everyone brought in a huge amount of wine and was ready to drink to their heart's content. Anyway, there were so many experts guarding outside. For example, Zi Xieching, Mo Qingwu, Mo Lei Chu Lu and the others didn't drink. Everyone was very assured about their own safety. Moreover, regarding the next step, it still required everyone to discuss with one another. A group of women gathered together and chattered noisily. A group of men gathered around a table and drank big mouthfuls of wine. It was very lively and noisy. GMO, Luo Kadi, and the others were flying all over the place while holding wine jars. They didn't stop for even a moment. Tan Tan had been drinking this wine in silence. He looked very lonely. However, everyone ignored him. Everyone knew that this guy couldn't hide his thoughts. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to hold it in and tell the whole story. However, they definitely couldn't take the initiative to ask him. If you asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed?" Tan Tan would definitely say, "I can do whatever I want. Why do you care? You want to know what's wrong with me? I won't tell you." One sentence could definitely choke someone to death. Therefore, everyone had a tacit understanding not to ask anyone. They deliberately left him hanging. But of course, they didn't talk about anything serious. They were just making a fuss, slapping each other's ass and fighting with each other. Often, 2 of them would hold down one of them, and then pry open his mouth and pour wine in. The scene was so lively that it seemed like it was going to turn the sky upside down. The more lively it was, and the more they ignored him, the more Tan Tan couldn't hold it in. Finally, bang bang bang, Tan Tan used his chopsticks to hit the plate hard. He said angrily, "Hey, hey, 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 hey." Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They all had an inexplicable sense of pleasure from a successful prank like, "This guy really can't hold it in anymore." Chu Yang turned his head and said discontentedly, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Eating is eating. Why are you hitting the plate? Isn't this spoiling everyone's mood?" Tan Tan's face showed infinite grievance. "I have something to say," everyone said together. "What do you want to say?" Their voices were very uniform, faintly revealing a sense of ridicule. Tan Tan took a few hurried breaths. Then, he finally shouted, "Haven't you guys noticed that I'm not normal these few days?" GMO frowned pretentiously and said, "Not normal? What's not normal? I don't see anything wrong with you." Luo Kadi showed a puzzled expression and said, "Could it be that you've come during those few days of the month? But you're a man." Everyone roared with laughter. Zixieqing and the other girls at the side all blushed and cursed angrily. They turned their heads to one side and ignored this group of stinky men. "You guys don't care about me at all," Tan Tan said in an aggrieved manner. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. His eyes turned red. Dong Wushang suddenly stood up and shouted, Who? Who bullied my brother Tan Tan? Tell me. I'll help you vent your anger." Xie Danqiong rubbed his palms and said, "That's right. Tan Tan, brother-in-law, tell me, who was so blind to bully you? Could it be that girl Danfeng? It doesn't matter. Even if she's my biological sister, as her uncle, I'll put justice before family and teach this stinky girl a lesson. Could it be that she's rebelling against her? Doesn't she know that treating her husband as her god is a principle that women need to abide by?" Everyone burst into laughter. Xie Danqiong's vehement speech, which was filled with righteous indignation, couldn't be more fake. It wasn't like Xie Danqiong didn't have eyes these past few days. How could he not see that his sister was bossing Tan Tan around? Between Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng, the one who had the final say was definitely his sister. The so-called principle between the two of them was that Tan Tan treated his wife as his god. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Xie Danqiong's words were completely meaningless except for the fact that his sister Xie Danfeng rolled her eyes at him. Everyone comforted him, one after another. But everyone's words of comfort carried a strong sense of schadenfreude and a sense of watching a show. After a round of comforting, Tan Tan, who was comforted, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flew into a rage and suddenly stood up. He pointed his fingers one by one and scolded, "You bunch of hypocrites! I've seen through you." Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Then, they burst into laughter. Everyone was rocking back and forth as they laughed. Chu Yang even spurted out the wine in his mouth. He slapped the table and laughed without any manners. Is this guy finally unable to bear it? What's wrong? What's wrong? Everyone laughed and asked. I've been depressed these past few days. I didn't even participate in that crucial battle against the devil. I've been living alone. But you don't care about me. Tan Tan's eyes turned red. He was furious. Are you still my good brothers? You've gone too far. Emo Tianji came out to smooth things over. Tell me, what's going on? I wanted to ask, but I didn't dare to. I really didn't dare to ask. Me too. The brothers nodded like chicks pecking rice. Tan Tan's mood finally improved a little. But he sighed again and said, You guys didn't even ask about my senior brother Chu Yang. I'm so sad. We're the closest. Chu Yang laughed out loud. What's the use of asking you? You didn't say anything. Who doesn't know that you talk as if you've eaten shit when you're depressed? Tan Tan suddenly realized. So, you guys were waiting for me to say it. Motherfucker, I won't say it. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Let's drink, everyone. Let's drink as if it's rare for anyone to hear it. Emo Tianji's attitude immediately changed. He raised his wine bowl and toasted. Chapter 23:37. This time, even the womenfolk who had been listening to them with their heads tilted couldn't help but hold their bellies and laugh. Xie Danfeng kept stomping her feet. She muttered and cursed Tan Tan for being a disappointment. It could be imagined that Tan Tan would suffer again after this meal. Ever since I've seen the fighting style of the heavenly devils, I've realized that those heavenly devils are very similar to the ones recorded in the ancient books of our divine race. Tan Tan frowned in distress, Moreover, I'm also a devil king. Could it be that I'm actually related to the heavenly demons? Tantan had been tangled up with this problem for the past few days. He didn't eat or drink. How can I be so evil? Tantan couldn't sleep for a few days because of this problem. Ha ha ha. Tantan's worries had already been guessed by everyone. They knew that this guy was tangled up with this problem. You're a heavenly demon? Aren't you being too whimsical? GMO raised his eyes and said disdainfully, heavenly demons have wings. Do you? Heavenly demons have 3 eyes on their foreheads. Do you? Tantan opened his eyes wide. I don't. You don't have anything. So, why do you call yourself a heavenly demon? Don't make me laugh to death. Everyone despised him. So, I'm not a heavenly demon. Tantan said full of hope. Get out of here. You're at most a demon. You're definitely not a heavenly demon. Emotionji burst into laughter. Just like there are humans, elves, and demons in this world, demons should also have many races. They're very different from each other. Humans have good people and bad people. They have all kinds of races. They're very different. You don't have to say anymore. I understand. I completely understand. Tantan slapped the table and stood up. He pointed at Emotionji and cursed. Motherfucker Emotionji, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for so long. It's all your fault. Emotionji was stunned when he heard this. He didn't react for a while. Then, anger rose in his heart. He became angry. I'm wrong for enlightening you. Old 4, Old 5, Old 7, Old 8. Help third brother beat this guy up. Emotionji's domineering side as the third brother finally revealed itself. He gazed at Dong Wushang, Xie Danxiong, and the rest of the younger brothers with a threatening look in his eyes. Everyone who was originally unconvinced and disobedient suddenly trembled in fear. So, they all fought bravely to be the first to show off. Beat him up. This bastard actually dared to scold my third brother. How dare he? That's right, that's right. Give him a good beating. Beat him up until his head is swollen. Let's see if he still dares to not learn his lesson. That's right, that's right. Otherwise, how could I have such a deep impression of him? I have to let him know who he can offend and who he can't. So, a certain great demon king Tan finally transformed into a great demon king pig after he had been violently beaten up by a group of people. He stood up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, he was in a good mood and was laughing heartily. If someone who didn't know what was going on was here, they would be sure of one thing. This ugly guy was a masochist. So many people had joined forces to beat him up, and he was laughing heartily in satisfaction. How could an ordinary person do that? Fourth brother Dong Wushang smiled in a simple and honest manner. He patted Tantan's shoulder vigorously. Brother, you can rest assured. Even if you're a heavenly demon, you're still my brother. Tantan was startled as he heard these words. But his heart was shaken again. Dong Wushang had always been a man of few words. But these words carried a lot of weight. Tantan's eyes became wet. He fiercely punched back at Dong Wushang. Then, he loudly scolded, Go to hell. You're the heavenly demon. I'm a great demon king. I'm fundamentally different from those heavenly demons. Remember this clearly. Ha 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 ha. However, Emotionji and the others could clearly hear the slight tremor in Tantan's laughter. Chuyang smiled and softly said, I say, junior brother Tantan, you have too many knots in your heart, especially when you're in front of your brothers. Chuyang looked at Tantan and said meaningfully. He didn't say anything more after he had spoken halfway. He knew that Tantan would understand. In fact, he would understand. Tantan immediately fell into silence after Chuyang's words. However, everyone could clearly feel that the aura on his body was gradually changing. The brothers quietly drank wine. Their hearts were filled with joy. That was because Tantan's aura had returned to normal. Moreover, it was becoming more and more pure and powerful. All these signs indicated that he had thoroughly walked out of his heart's devil. He had gotten rid of it and had overcome it. The heart's devil could no longer restrain Tantan. A very long time passed. Suddenly, a burst of explosive sounds echoed in the air. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw that Tantan's long hair was fluttering in the wind. His entire body was curled up in black energy, and an extremely dark luster had suddenly emerged. Even his eyes had turned into the purest black. Then, the black and glossy energy gradually took the shape of a huge cocoon-like thing and wrapped Tantan's entire body inside it. In fact, it was airtight. Chu Yang felt a burst of joy in his heart. After Tantan had gotten rid of his heart's devil, his cultivation had made another breakthrough. He had advanced by leaps and bounds again. In fact, Tantan had encountered extraordinary opportunities along the way. That day, he and Chu Yang were in the dark place of Yama Gorge. He had inherited the supreme true spirit. His fate had already exceeded the scope of predestination. It was even higher than tribulation. He was also the only person who had the hope of standing side by side with Chu Yang in the future. However, recently, his cultivation progress had stagnated because of the heart's devil. Instead, he had fallen behind tribulation. He told Xie Danfeng to carry Tan back to the tent. He solemnly instructed that no one was to disturb them. Then, he sat down again. What should we do next? The one who asked this question was Xie Danxiong. He had won the battle with Yuan Tianjia. However, as the owner of this place, Xie Danxiong, who was about to ascend to the peak of power in Mo Yuntian, felt a little empty, frightened, and uncomfortable. An inexplicable emotion similar to, "I don't know what I should do next," arose spontaneously. What should we do? Let nature take its course. Mo Tianji chuckled. Let nature take its course? How can I let nature take its course? Do you want me to sit on the throne of Heaven Emperor Mo Yun? Xie Danxiong seemed to be even more at a loss. He blurted out, "Just let nature take its course. You must sit on the throne of Heaven Emperor Mo Yun. You must sit on it firmly all the way." Mo Tianji's smiling eyes turned cold. Even his voice became awe-inspiring at this moment. You don't need to care about what others do. You only need to ascend to the throne of Heaven Emperor. Then, use the destiny of this world to nourish yourself. Do your best to improve your cultivation. Also, find and cultivate a group of experts. At the critical moment, you can pull them out to prepare for the future. Heaven Emperor Mo Yun. Xie Danxiong smiled bitterly. It was easier said than done to be the Heaven Emperor. Just now, he blurted it out in a moment of impulse. His cultivation, reputation, status, seemed to be insufficient, right? Don't think too much about this and that. The main reason why Yuan Tianjia was eliminated by us was that he was a heavenly demon. He was not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court. Even though he had a certain amount of destiny, he could not fully utilize it. Therefore, I dare to conclude that Yuan Tianjia's combat power is not inferior to Di Ho. However, in some aspects, he is definitely far from enough. But you are different. You can do it because you are a human. Even if you are not a native, just being a human is enough, Mo Tianji said in a deep voice. Have you ever thought about my cultivation, reputation, status, and merits? Xie Danxiong shook his head helplessly. Although it was equivalent to a successful rebellion now, everyone knew that this time, it was not a real rebellion in the true sense. The main purpose of this incident was to kill the heavenly demon, not to rebel. This was where the righteousness lay and could not be changed. Therefore, it was completely impossible for Xie Danxiong to directly ascend to the position of Heaven Emperor in the name of rebellion. Xie Danxiong was not stupid. He had at least self-awareness. He knew that he could not do it now. He was not qualified. All of this is not a problem, Mo Tianji said coldly. Long before I came, I had already instructed the intelligence department to make preparations. As long as the news of Yuan Tianjia's death was confirmed, there would be extravagant follow-up actions. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yang, who had always understood Mo Tianji's way of doing things, was no exception. Wasn't this way of doing things a little too much? The first moment after Yuan Tianjia was killed, I had already issued the order. Mo Tianji's eyes were cold. The general content was that you established the Heavenly Armament Pavilion because you discovered Yuan Tianjia's identity. However, at that time, your words carried little weight. You could only desperately gather forces in case of emergencies. Facts have proven that your concerns were correct. The cause of the rebellion of the Seven Kings was also because of your many efforts to reveal Yuan Tianjia's true identity to the Seven Kings. Therefore, the Seven Kings angrily fought with Yuan Tianjia. Regarding this point, you can rest assured. The calligraphy and painting kings will testify for you. As for Meng Wu Ya's side, it was also because of you, Xie Danqiong, that he took the opportunity to leave Mo Yuntian. He accumulated his strength and prepared to make a comeback, so that he could work together day and night to destroy the devil. And now, didn't he really come back? Therefore, this is also a genuine witness and material evidence. As for Mu Lan, it was also because of you, Xie Danqiong, that he was able to recognize Yuan Tianjia's true identity in time and set things right, and us, who played a key role in the battle against the demons, were all because you were worried about the chaos of the heavenly demons. Therefore, you specially invited us to come and help you kill the demons, and in the end, Yuan Tianji was killed by your scheme. In your battle against the heavenly demon, everyone was injured. Only you managed to severely injure the heavenly demon's body, which was the key to victory. In the end, you even managed to escape unscathed. Such strength is extraordinary. Now that I've said it, you should understand, right? Sorry for taking such a long leave. These 3 days of kowtowing were really tiring. Haha. Chapter 23:38. Mo Tianji had a faint smile on his face as everyone was dumbstruck and flabbergasted. I will guide the public opinion. All right, the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department that played a huge role in this battle was also founded by you, Xie Danqiong. There is only one reason for it, and that is to kill the demons. And the initiator of all of this is you, Xie Danqiong. The foundation, achievements, and contributions of our brothers are all yours. Don't have any psychological burden. In summary, it can be said that you, Xie Danqiong, saved the entire ink cloud sky and countless people in the heavenly imperial court with your strength alone. Mo Tianji smiled faintly in this way. If you are not the heavenly emperor, who will be? Who can compare to your extraordinary achievements? Without Xie Danqiong, there would be no ink cloud sky. Without Xie Danqiong, ink cloud sky might have become another purple cloud sky. If Xie Danqiong, who has great foresight, outstanding cultivation, and great talent, doesn't become the next heavenly emperor of ink cloud sky, who else can bear it? So, you, Xie Danqiong, are undeniably responsible. Mo Tianji's last sentence made everyone completely dumbfounded. What in the world was this? Why did Mo Tianji's explanation sound so logical and logical? How did it fit perfectly? In the process of the brothers' eyes getting bigger and bigger, Mo Tianji actually arranged a huge achievement for Xie Danqiong that was enough to shock the past and present, enough to leave his name in the annals of history, enough to cover the sky and cover the earth. Even Chu Yang was shocked from the bottom of his heart at this moment. Fuck. How can this be? What the fuck? Isn't this too much? Xie Danqiong stared and said stutteringly, although it seems that the truth can be said that the brothers and I are on the same level and the contribution can be considered as mine, but, this seems to be not enough, not open enough, not enough, a little guilty. Mo Tianji stared and said, what is open and above board? The winner is the king, and the winner is open and above board. What is guilty? Don't tell me that you still need us brothers to do something for you. The truth is that you saved billions of Mo Yuntian citizens. Don't tell me you still feel guilty towards them. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Xie Danqiong, this is related to the success or failure of the entire heavenly imperial court in fighting against the heavenly demon. Why do you still shrink back? Xie Danqiong heaved a sigh. His facial expression became particularly dignified. Our brothers have already helped you as much as we can. The rest is your responsibility, and you have to shoulder it. Tianji's words were right. You have to shoulder it. Chu Yang said softly, but right now, there's still one more problem, and it seems to be the biggest problem. That is the recognition of the Saint Monarch. This is not a problem at all. Mo Tianji sneered. The entire Heaven Imperial Court should know one thing by now. That is, Saint Monarch was deceived by the heavenly devil. He had once faced the entire Mayun heaven and testified that Yuan Tianjia wasn't a heavenly devil. He even denounced the great hero Mu Zonglan as a traitor. However, the truth was that Xie Danxiong had uncovered the true face of the heavenly devil and removed a great hidden worry for the heavenly imperial court. I've already ordered for this news to be spread throughout the entire heaven imperial court. Mo Tianji's face was cold. If the Saint Monarch rejects Xie Danxiong's application to be the heavenly emperor of Mayan heaven, then I'm completely confident that within a few days, the entire heaven imperial court will be filled with doubts about the Saint Monarch. The Saint Monarch is the number one person in the heaven imperial court. His cultivation is unfathomable. Why was he deceived by the heavenly devil for so long? He was even willing to testify for the heavenly devil? What is the reason for this? What is the reason? He testified that Yuan Tianjia wasn't a heavenly devil in front of everyone, but the truth was a resounding slap to his face. Then, is the Saint Monarch's heart so natural? He was wrong, but he still didn't let the demon slayer hero be the heavenly emperor. What is the meaning of this? Is he angry out of humiliation? By extension, was the Saint Monarch also deceived in the purple cloud heavens back then? How do we calculate? How many years has the Saint Monarch been deceived? How many times? The final conclusion. Is the Saint Monarch also a heavenly devil? Otherwise, why would he be like this? Mo Tianji smiled sinisterly. He was calm as he threw out a series of trump cards that he had prepared. Everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. They were dumbfounded and broke out in cold sweat. Even Chu Yang wiped away his cold sweat. Mo Tianji was really too scary. He could see through people's hearts, manipulate people's hearts, control people's hearts, and do as he pleased. Although he could think of these methods, he would never be able to prepare all the backup plans in advance like Mo Tianji. At best, he could only react to each move as it came. However, Mo Tianji had already thought of a countermeasure from the very beginning. This was what was truly frightening about it. In view of this, the Saint Monarch is also a smart person. I believe that he won't disagree. Even if it's him, he also doesn't want to face the doubts of everyone in the world. Mo Tianji said lightly, I guess. Not only will the Saint Monarch not stop it, he will also praise and reward Xie Danxiong greatly. Then, he will logically let Xie Danxiong become the heavenly emperor of Cloud. But it's hard to say how he will deal with you in the future and how he will restrict you. I haven't thought that far yet, because that Lord Saint Monarch will definitely still feel uncomfortable in his heart. In this matter, it's equivalent to him being coerced and forced into helplessness. Mo Tianji smiled. I'm afraid that since the Saint Monarch ruled the heavenly imperial court for millions of years, this is the first time, right? Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. I always felt that the Saint Monarch wasn't very enthusiastic about the heavenly demons. But if he continues to be so, with you, Mo Tianji, in the future, I'm afraid that his helplessness will only increase. Everyone laughed. But Chu Yang and Mo Tianji didn't laugh. After a long time, the two looked at each other and sighed softly. The two of them definitely didn't want such a situation to happen again in their hearts. With Mo Yuntian this time, it was enough. It was already too much. If such an unforeseen event happened in other worlds, then there would be no chance of winning the war against the heavenly demons in the future. As the number one person in the heavenly imperial court, if the Saint Monarch really, the two of them forced themselves to stop thinking about it. They didn't want to think about the accident that obviously didn't have a big chance but could really happen. The army stretched for hundreds of miles and advanced towards the imperial capital. Along the way, countless people lined the streets to welcome them. Banners fluttered in the wind and voices of gratitude filled the ears. Many people were in tears and deeply apologized to Mu Zonglan. Previously, they had misunderstood Mu Zonglan. Now that they knew the truth of the matter, they were extremely ashamed of their actions in the past and blamed themselves to the extreme. As for when Xie Danxiong appeared, each and every one of them kowtowed as if they had seen a living deity. Their gratitude was indescribable. Under Mo Tianji's unbridled and deliberate publicity, and with the cooperation of Mu Zonglan and the others, The name Xie Danxiong had become the representative of Mo Yuntian's savior. As long as one heard Xie Danxiong's name, they would involuntarily feel reverence for him. Think about it. Xie Danxiong was far-sighted and discerning. When no one noticed anything strange, he recognized Yuan Tianjie's true colors. Then, under the enormous pressure of the entire world, he didn't hesitate to sully himself and become an outlaw to establish the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Then, with the initial few hundred people, he began to call for help and began to prepare for the slaughter of the heavenly demons. Along the way, endless bitterness was a small matter. Every day, he had to go through several battles of blood and fire. He struggled to survive in the face of death. Fortunately, the heavens protected him and he persevered all the way. Until the end, when he personally slaughtered the heavenly demons, Xie Danxiong's experience could really be said to be praiseworthy and his name would be passed down through the ages. In particular, there were many heart-wrenching rumors about the past. Xie Danxiong often fell to his feet and sighed for Mo Yuntian's suffering. He didn't sleep and cried bitterly. Moreover, he once said, "The pitiful people of Mo Yuntian were poisoned by the heavenly demons. I, Xie Danxiong, am ashamed to face the heavens and earth." Such touching words. Cough, cough. When Xie Danxiong himself heard these words, he couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. For a moment, his hair stood on end. Did I say this? Did I really say this? But no matter what, the current Xie Danxiong was not only a hero in Mo Yuntian, but also the savior of this world. Not only that, he was a legend of a generation, a myth, a far-sighted and benevolent person with lofty ideals who cared about the world. A man with an open mind, bright conduct, far-sighted, and worked his heart out for the people of Mo Yuntian. He was willing to die 10,000 deaths. A saint lord of a generation. Almost every family spontaneously and consciously worshipped Xie Danxiong's longevity tablet. If you don't support such a hero, who else do you want to support? What? You actually oppose Xie Danxiong? Motherfucker, haven't you been fooled enough by the heavenly demons? Come. I'll compete with you and teach you an ungrateful person a lesson. In a very short period of time, the people of Mo Yuntian were united in their hearts. So much so that along the way, Xie Danxiong's army walked through a sea of people, mountains of flowers, lakes of wine, and forests of meat. They cheered and supported along the way. So much so that the army walked very slowly. Under Mo Tianji's deliberate arrangement, Xie Danxiong would appear every once in a while, riding a tall horse. With a warm smile, he would greet the people of Mo Yuntian enthusiastically. Thank you, everyone. You all have worked hard too. It's not easy for you all. In the future, after suffering, happiness will come. Everyone will live a peaceful and happy life. Thank you, everyone. I, Xie Danxiong, am sincerely grateful. Everyone, go back. Io, this uncle, slow down. You're old. Take care of your body. Oh, this big sister, don't push forward with your child. Everyone, make way, make way. Ah, haha, this lady, I already have a wife. You want to be a concubine? That's not suitable. Really not suitable. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, this big brother. I'm not interested in men. Really not interested. Xie Danxiong plunged into the bed, covered his face and groaned. Emotung, you bastard, you want to kill me? Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your understanding. In these few days, no one questioned or cursed me. I'm very satisfied. Chapter 23:39. Everyone burst into laughter upon seeing this. Under Mo Tianji's deliberate manipulation, design, and coercion, Xie Danxiong had to appear personally. In just a few days, Xie Danxiong was already suffering unspeakably. That handsome face was almost stiff from smiling, but he still had to appear and laugh. It was simply selling his smile. No, it was even more miserable than selling his smile. The road of tragedy was indescribable. He was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He felt even more tired than the battle with Yuan Tianjie previously. But along the way, Xie Danxiong's image of being close to the people was undoubtedly deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, especially Xie Danxiong's handsome appearance, refined manner of speech, proper manners, natural and unrestrained, but with an unattainable majesty. This is the real heir of a king. Someone sighed. This is the real ruler descending to the world. Someone sighed. Xie Danxiong is too handsome. If I can be his concubine, I will be satisfied. A large number of love-struck women raised their arms and shouted, Xie Danxiong is too handsome. I love him too. If I can spend a night with him, I will have no regrets in this life. A few wretched men said. Not knowing when, the crowd began to have similar voices. What do you think? Let Xie Danxiong be our heavenly emperor of Mayun sky. Yes. If someone opposes our hero, what should we do? Those who dare to oppose are those with ulterior motives. Is there any need to say what we should do? Kill him. Kill him. Firmly support Xie Danxiong. Someone began to shout slogans. Firmly support Xie Danxiong. Everyone echoed. Long live Emperor Qianghua. Long live Emperor Qianghua. The voices grew louder and louder. Xie Danxiong had to come forward many times to thank and decline. How can I be the heavenly emperor of heaven? This can't be done. My original intention was only to eradicate the heavenly demon, so that the people of Mayun sky would no longer be deceived by it and live a good life without any hidden dangers. I actually didn't do anything, just some small things. When he said this sentence that Mo Tianji taught him, Xie Danxiong felt that he was as hypocritical as a pile of shit. If these were small things, then what big things? However, the cheers of the crowd grew even louder, and their support grew even stronger. There were even people who burst into tears. If Xie Danxiong doesn't become the celestial emperor, I'll go and die. Boo-hoo. What a good person. Only such a selfless person who serves the people deserves to be the heavenly monarch of the dark cloud heaven. The Yuan Tianjie of the past was a pile of shit. We firmly support Xie Danxiong. Xie Danxiong is the celestial emperor. Oh, ao. Unknowingly, such cries had already engulfed the entire in-cloud sky. Countless people began to move towards the imperial capital. They were like the waves of the sea, coming endlessly. They were unstoppable. It wasn't a very long journey, but it took them a full 3 months to return to the imperial capital. In these 3 months, the cultivation of each of the brothers had increased by a large margin. Every day, they cultivated diligently. With the 2 cold-faced supervisors, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, as well as the support of Chu Yang's heavenly treasures, everyone cultivated as if their lives depended on it. Almost all of them had reached the critical point of breaking through. Only Xie Danxiong's cultivation didn't improve at all. He was still in the same place, and even regressed a little. But Xie Danxiong's aura was also changing and transforming day by day. Under the strong support of more than 80% of the people in in-cloud sky, Xie Danxiong, who was imperceptibly influenced, gradually gained the demeanor of a king. No matter whether Xie Danxiong was willing or not, as long as he reached this position and this height, that strange aura of a superior naturally appeared on Xie Danxiong's body. There was no way to refuse. The Japanese-style imperial capital was already packed with people. Even the vast imperial palace had already been built when Xie Danxiong was on the road. All the experts in the imperial capital worked together, and a small part of it was already built. Hard Imperial Palace was on the original site of Yuan Tianjie's Imperial Palace. Jasper Flower Imperial Palace. Everyone in Incloud Sky, regardless of whether it was the officials or the people, all of them gathered to write a petition requesting that Xie Danxiong be the new celestial emperor of Incloud Sky. The petition letter was sent to the extreme heaven saint at lightning speed. On that day, the extreme heaven was covered with dark clouds. Boundless haze covered the entire clear sky. The sound of thunder was faint, as if a rainstorm was coming. It was as if a kind of speechless anger of the heavens had shrouded the entire heavenly imperial court. Everyone was trembling with fear. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Only a few people who knew the inside story knew that His Majesty the Saint couldn't accept Xie Danxiong's action of acting first and reporting later. His Majesty the Saint couldn't accept it, but he still had to accept it. His Majesty the Saint definitely didn't feel good. He was probably already furious. Something big was going to happen in the entire heavenly imperial court, however. What went beyond the expectations of these discerning people was that His Majesty the Saint didn't make any objection to this petition. At the very least, on the surface, he seemed to be very happy. He very happily approved Xie Danqiong's application to take over as Celestial Emperor of Incloud Sky. He even said that on the day of Great Emperor Qionghua's ascension ceremony, he would personally preside over and congratulate her. In addition, he also very generously admitted his previous negligence. "I'm sincerely ashamed. In these long millions of years, I actually didn't completely see through Yuan Tianjie's true identity and origin. I was deceived by his tricks. Thanks to Great Emperor Qionghua's painstaking efforts, upholding her original intentions, she saw through the true face of the heavenly demon. She even unified all the forces and worked together to eliminate the heavenly demon. It's really commendable. This matter has also sounded the alarm for me. These millions of years of peace really made me slack off. Apart from a few sentences of criticism and sighing with emotion, the rest of the article was full of heartfelt praise for Xie Danqiong. Incloud Sky's cheers were thunderous. It was also because of His Majesty the Saint's words that Xie Danqiong's title of Great Emperor Qionghu spread like wildfire. In a few days, it had already resounded throughout the world. Great Emperor Qionghu. Under the unanimous strong request of his subordinates, Xie Danqiong could only reluctantly go with the flow and let nature take its course. Naturally, Incloud Sky's imperial palace was officially renamed as Great Emperor Palace. His imperial title was also naturally named as Great Emperor Qionghu. The official meeting place was named as Great Emperor Qionghu Palace, and Incloud Sky's imperial capital was officially named as Great Emperor Qionghu City. In a moment, the entire Incloud Sky was filled with Great Emperor Qionghu. It was really Great Emperor Qionghu, Great Emperor Qionghu. It was worthy of its name. There was a rumor in the martial world. When Great Emperor Qionghu makes a move, Great Emperor Qionghu fills the imperial capital with Great Emperor Qionghu. This was used to describe Xie Danqiong's superb cultivation. Gradually, Xie Danqiong's cultivation had already become the #1 person in Incloud Sky. Great Emperor Qionghu, Great Emperor Qionghu, Great Emperor Qionghu, Great Emperor Qionghu. Great Emperor Qionghu fully deserved to be called the #1 expert of Incloud Sky. Great Emperor Qionghu. The moment Mo Tianji found out about this result, he fiercely smashed his cup on the ground. His viburnum flowers will never be defeated and will never decline. This was one of the few times Mo Tianji lost his composure. What #1 expert? Saint, do you think I don't know what you want to do? Do you think I, Mo Tianji, really have any scruples about you? If you anger me, don't even think about being the saint for long. Mo Tianji said fiercely. When he said this, only Chu Yang was beside him. And only Chu Yang truly understood Mo Tianji. He truly knew how furious Mo Tianji was at this moment. But, no matter how furious Mo Tianji was, in a moment, the entire Incloud Sky became a sea of joy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the saint finally approved Xie Danqiong to take over as the heavenly emperor. Then, they were extremely grateful to the saint. His Majesty the Saint is indeed a great person. Thus, everyone was preparing for the Great Emperor Qionghua's ascension ceremony. When the time came, the whole world would celebrate and be filled with joy. Regardless of whether it was in the city, the countryside, or the mountains, as long as there were people there, they would treat the ascension of Great Emperor Qionghu as the #1 joyous event. A surge of power of destiny and power of faith that was hard to see with the naked eye quietly formed and grew stronger. Under Mu Songlan's suggestion, Xie Danqiong formed a new 7 Stars Guard. Under Chu Yang's persuasion, Crazy Book and Painting King became the new leaders of Xie Danqiong's 7 Stars Guard with extremely complicated feelings. It was still the same position, and the same place to guard. But they would never see their good brothers who had cultivated together for millions of years. Originally, they thought that if they were lucky enough to perish together with Yuan Tianji, they would be able to reunite with their brothers who had left the world. However, the result was that Chu Yang and Tribulation worked together to kill Yuan Tianji. Although the two of them also contributed a lot in the process of killing the demon, it was Chu Yang and Tribulation who made the fatal blow in the end. A real man was happy to repay kindness and revenge. Now that the enmity was settled, the kindness had not been repaid. This kindness did not only belong to the two of them, but also to all of their brothers. How could they not repay it? In view of this, Calligraphy and Painting King had to let go of their thoughts and become the Seven Stars Guard again to guard this world. When they sat at the core of the Great Destiny Formation again, where Big Brother and Second Brother originally sat, the two of them were inexplicably emotional, and tears streamed down their faces. Big Brother, Second Brother, brothers, can you feel it? We miss you so much. We really miss you so much. The other 5 guards were carefully selected from the high-level peak saints. In just half a day, they were all settled. In selecting the 7 Stars Guard, strength was not the most important thing. The most important thing was sincerity and loyalty. But now that everyone was united, there were very few people who deceived them. Seeing that a new destiny nebula was formed in the sky above Mo Yuntian, Mo Tianji frowned tightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chu Yang asked softly. Sorry, I went out with my wife in the afternoon to do something, so the update is a bit late. Also, today is little sister Ling Piaoping's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Another secret. Little sister Piaoping is a great beauty who is loved by everyone. And, hee, she just graduated from university and doesn't have a boyfriend. Chapter 2340. Well, I do feel that something is wrong. The current situation is good, and the luck can gather quickly. This is a logical thing, and it's also within my expectations. But the gathering of the luck nebula is too much. Xie Danqiong alone can't use such a large amount of luck power. At least 80% of it has mysteriously disappeared after gathering. The situation of this big formation is not normal, very abnormal. I need to go and take a look and study it carefully. I'm afraid that even Yuan Tianjie doesn't know about this. Mo Tianji cautiously told Chu Yang about his observations. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. There was a change. After Mo Tianji's careful study, he slightly changed the 7 stars luck formation. Then, he walked out with Chu Yang with a serious face. After Mo Tianji changed part of the operation of the formation, Shu Kuang and Painting King, who had lived here for a long time, clearly felt that their feelings were completely different. Originally, he and his brothers had used their own cultivation to ensure the normal operation of the formation, and the situation just now was the same. In other words, the 7 Stars Protector was one of the driving forces that ensured the permanent operation of the Great Providence Formation, and the Great Providence Formation would not be of any help to him. This was because it had always been like this. Old 7 Stars Protectors like Shu Hua did not find it strange, and new 7 Stars Protectors also thought that this was their responsibility. Since they had enjoyed the honor of being a 7 Stars Protector, how could they not do their best to maintain it? But now, Shu Kuang and Painting King clearly felt the difference. When they used their cultivation to ensure the normal operation of the Great Nebula Formation, the Great Nebula Formation was also providing them with reverse energy. Moreover, it was more than what they used, and it was purer. Originally, the protective formation was just a simple job, and it was completely free work. But now, the protective formation had a rich reward, or it could be said that it was an excellent cultivation environment. Regarding this change, the two were inexplicably shocked, but also inexplicably excited. Something's very wrong. After Mo Tianji walked out, he said in a low voice, if the other Heavenly Emperor's Providence formations are also like this, then, at least 80% of the power of Providence derived from the people's faith would have been inexplicably wasted or disappeared to some unknown place. Chu Yang was speechless. 80% of 1,000,000 years of Providence. What kind of power was that? Moreover, the wording of that imperial edict of the Saint Monarch was too beautiful. Mo Tianji tightly knitted his brows. It basically blocked all of our moves. If Xie Danqiong were to become the Heavenly Emperor, the situation would change with the passage of time. and all of our current arrangements would be completely useless at that time. The Saint Monarch's move was very wonderful. Mo Tianji had already immersed himself in thinking about this matter for several days. Right now, the crux of the matter is the Great Nebula Array. I need to take a look at the other Heavenly Emperor's Great Nebula Rays, as well as the Saint's Great Nebula Rays, before I can make a final conclusion. However, the biggest problem now is Xie Danxiong's ascension ceremony. Mo Tianji furrowed his brows. There was a fierce look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an old hen pouncing on its chicks. He said word by word, "I have a premonition that this coronation ceremony won't be very peaceful. Yes, I also have a similar premonition about this." Chu Yang said seriously, "The Saint Monarch's attitude is too good. It makes people uneasy." Mo Tianji silently nodded in agreement, and this time, it won't be peaceful. The Saint Monarch will personally take action. It will definitely not be a small matter. Think about it from another perspective. If you wanted to destroy Xie Danxiong's coronation ceremony this time, and prevent Xie Danxiong from truly becoming the Heavenly Emperor of Inkcloud, what would you do? Chu Yang frowned and asked. It's difficult to think about it from another perspective. If it were me, there would be at least thousands of ways to make this coronation ceremony a joke. It would be difficult to arrange a targeted strategy. This is where the real difficulty lies. Mo Tianji's face was even more worried. That's true. But we still need to have a corresponding countermeasure. So, we can't prepare all the countermeasure plans. But we can first filter out the most effective ones from your thousands of methods. Then, we can prepare the corresponding countermeasure. Chu Yang solemnly said, "We should do our best to prepare for a rainy day in case of emergency." Mo Tianji nodded slowly. Danxiong is the first among us brothers to ascend to the position of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also the beginning of us brothers to truly gain a foothold in the Heavenly Imperial Court. We must ensure that his coronation ceremony is foolproof. Chu Yang said word by word. He seemed to feel that his calamity sword was already impatient to let out a cry. It was a kind of exhilarating atmosphere to welcome the upcoming battle. If there are still problems in our brother's coronation ceremony, then I, Mo Tianji, don't need to show my face anymore. I can't afford to lose this face. Mo Tianji sneered. Let's go. Let's discuss this properly. Tell Gu Duxing and the others to get ready. During this period of time, they must continue to strengthen their own cultivation. 3 months later, during the coronation ceremony, I, Mo Tianji, will use the strength of Brother Jie to catch all the people who dare to come and make trouble, once and for all. Mo Tianji's voice was cold and ruthless. Chu Yang's solemn face suddenly relaxed. He even laughed softly. At that time, the Saint Lord will definitely be present. If we completely kill those people in front of the Saint Lord's expression will definitely be very pleasant to look at, right? It will definitely be very pleasant to look at. Even if his expression doesn't look good, it won't do. Mo Tianji sneered. Chu Yang knew that this time, Mo Tianji was really serious. He really had the intention to kill. The Saint Lord's imperial edict was full of praise, which made Mo Tianji feel the strong murderous intent that shrouded Xie Danxiong. But because of this, it also thoroughly angered this master of calculation and manipulation. Like Chu Yang, Mo Tianji's bottom line was his sister Mo Qingwu, his brothers Chu Yang and the others, and his own family. A dragon had a reverse scale. Once touched, it would be angry. Once angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles. This time, the Saint Lord had undoubtedly touched Mo Tianji's reverse scale. This terrifying character, under the terrifying pressure of the Saint Lord, used his brain to its fullest for the first time, and became hysterically furious. This master of calculation and manipulation, who had always been used to hiding behind the scenes and controlling the overall situation, was finally going to reveal his ferocious fangs in the Heaven Imperial Court today. Anyone who dared to invade would definitely be killed by Mo Tianji's mental, physical, and intellectual strength. That would be the common nightmare of all invading enemies. Chu Yang absolutely believed in this point. He had never doubted it. The two of them left together and found a place to discuss in detail. Until the next morning, Minister Chu walked out with a pale face and a hint of lingering fear. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Whenever he thought of the plan that Imo Tianji had formulated, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Too ruthless, too vicious. Especially for those who participated in the discussion, what would happen to those who personally experienced it? Would they be looking forward to it? Or would they be looking forward to it? Chu Yang turned around and went straight to Jasper Flower Emperor Palace. But he didn't go to Xixia Danqiao. Instead, he entered quietly and found the original resting place of Yuan Tianjia. He emitted an unusually large amount of spiritual energy and carefully investigated it bit by bit. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yang was extremely cautious. He didn't alert anyone at all. This was because he wanted to verify something else. Although Yuan Tianjia was dead now, and his imperial palace had been destroyed, Chu Yang believed that there was definitely something that hadn't been destroyed yet. Yuan Tianjia left in a hurry. Moreover, he didn't believe that he would fail. So those things should still exist. And what Chu Yang was looking for was exactly those things. Even though he didn't know what he was looking for, Chu Yang believed that once he found something, it would definitely be the thing he was looking for. Whether it was a piece of paper, a piece of news, or some remnants of evidence, Chu Yang used his movement technique and increased his speed to the extreme. Like a wisp of smoke, he flew past the imperial palace. Although the incomplete palace was still heavily guarded, it was not a palace that had already been completed and people had moved in. What's more, Chu Yang's current cultivation could be considered to be at the peak even in the whole world. Except for super experts like Juniho and the Seven Stars Guards, he really didn't need to be afraid of anyone else. Rushing through the imperial palace at this moment was just a small demonstration of his skill. It was really like entering a no-man's land. The former site of Yuan Tianjia's imperial palace was now an ownerless object. There was no one to protect it at all. It was relatively easier for Chu Yang to investigate. Using his powerful spiritual power to search bit by bit, Chu Yang finally found an unusual place after more than an hour. Below the original location of Yuan Tianji's palace, at least 1,000 feet below the ground, there was a very strange place. Chu Yang couldn't help but frown at this discovery. Now that he was building a new palace above it, if he dug it up, it wouldn't be an auspicious thing. This was related to his brother's great cause. Even if Chu Yang didn't care much about this kind of thing, he still didn't want to commit this kind of taboo. After a moment of consideration, he summoned the divine spirit of the calamity and gave it instructions. The divine spirit of the calamity nodded repeatedly and left as instructed. Chu Yang waited quietly here. He couldn't help but think of the sword spirit. He actually missed the sword spirit a little. The help that the divine spirit of the calamity and the sword spirit gave him was similar. In terms of cultivation, the divine spirit of the calamity surpassed the sword spirit by too much. But when he was with the divine spirit of the calamity, he always had this kind of feeling that he was a subordinate. He would only carry out his orders. He would never or dare to joke with him. Chapter 23:41. That was a very complicated but warm feeling. He could laugh and scold angrily. He could lecture with stern words. He could be impudent. The sword spirit had witnessed Chu Yang's growth. He had followed him from the lower three heavens. So, the two of them were almost like one. In fact, this almost as if they were one went beyond the meaning of this sentence. When facing an enemy, Chu Yang could completely rest assured and let the sword spirit take full control of his body without any ill feelings. But if it was the tribulation divine soul, Chu Yang couldn't trust him this much. Although a similar situation hadn't happened yet, if it did, Chu Yang would still hesitate and find it difficult to make a choice no matter how critical the situation was. After the last farewell, the sword spirit disappeared without a trace and there was no news of him. Chu Yang was actually very worried. But he understood the sword spirit and his feelings. All along, the sword spirit had been a teacher and a friend to Chu Yang, a guide. But with Chu Yang's amazing progress, the sword spirit who had been a great help was gradually left behind, and the gap was getting wider and wider. Whether it was Chu Yang himself or Chu Yang's subordinates, They all had higher cultivations than the sword spirit. This situation made the sword spirit feel very disappointed. He even felt that if he continued to follow Chu Yang, not only would he not be of help, but he would also become a burden. This was undoubtedly an unbearable thing for the sword spirit, so he chose to leave and find his own opportunities to break through. What the sword spirit wanted was to return in a powerful manner one day. Then, he would fight alongside Chu Yang and rise again. Chu Yang understood this very well, so he didn't stop him from staying, although he was very reluctant. But he could only silently bless the sword spirit and silently look forward to his early return. The tribulation divine soul quietly sneaked into the ground and carefully searched for the special place Chu Yang mentioned. Yuan Tianjia definitely couldn't go in every day with mud all over his body. So, there must be a secret passage. And what the tribulation divine soul had to do now was to find this secret passage. This wasn't difficult at all for the tribulation divine soul. It was a piece of cake. It didn't take long before the tribulation spirit turned into a cloud of smoke and appeared in front of Chu Yang. Little ancestor, I found the passage. However, the entrance was covered by the previous big explosion. I've already cleared it out. You only need to lift up the stone slab that is about 10 feet wide. Then, you'll be able to see the hidden entrance about 10 feet deep. Chu Yang nodded and praised. Well done. The tribulation soul instantly beamed with joy when it heard this, and it seemed to be in high spirits, complacent. According to the guidance of the tribulation spirit, Chu Yang first used his primordial qi to press down on this area, so that the originally scattered stones would once again condense into one whole body due to this pressure. Then, he swung his sword down and lifted it up with one hand. The stone slab that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was completely lifted up. As Chu Yang's body fell into this hole, the stone slab above once again fell down silently. Chu Yang held the boulder with one hand, and then his body fell down gracefully. When his body entered the hidden entrance, the boulder fell down just in time. It didn't make a single sound, and it didn't make a single sound. This was a pitch-black passage where one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Yuan Tianjia didn't even place anything like luminous pearls to illuminate the passage. Of course, with Chu Yang's cultivation level, even if the environment was a little darker, Chu Yang's vision would be clear. It wouldn't affect his vision at all. He went straight down, and even made a few turns along the way. According to Chu Yang's estimation, he had already reached a depth of 3,000 feet, but he didn't feel any dampness at all. This situation obviously wasn't something that could be done together. If this happened in Shuelei Han's Eastern Royal Heavens, it would probably be pardonable. Because the Eastern Royal Heavens terrain was higher, and there were many dry areas. But Ink Cloud Heaven was an area with abundant water sources. In some places, one only needed to dig 5 feet deep, and water would gush out. But here, it was already 3,000 feet deep, and yet it was still so dry. That was very strange. Like a whirlwind, Chu Yang went in. After descending another 2,000 feet, he suddenly stopped, because there was no more path ahead. There were thick stone walls on both sides, but in front of him was a patch of soil mixed with heavy rocks. As far as he could see, there was no more passage at all. Chu Yang stood still and was silent for a while. Since he had spent so much effort to create such a strange secret passage, how could there be no way ahead? There must be a problem. Chu Yang's huge divine sense spread out again, but he unexpectedly found that his divine sense was completely useless in this place. He couldn't detect anything. Tribulation's divine sense came out and tried, but the result was the same. Chu Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly, he pulled out the tribulation sword and slashed at the soil wall in front of him. Poof, poof, poof. Large chunks of soil fell off with the sword. How sharp was the tribulation sword? Using it to dig up soil and rocks was like using a sledgehammer to crack open a hole. But Chu Yang didn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Since this place was related to the secret of heaven limit, it was destined not to be simple. Indeed, the tribulation sword had only gone 10 feet deep when Chu Yang felt that something was wrong in front of him. It was as if there was an extremely viscous force in front of him that was preventing the Calamity Sword from moving forward. Even with the sharpness of the Calamity Sword, it still had an awkward feeling of being unable to use its power. Chu Yang exerted his divine power. Vigorous elemental energy poured into the Tribulation Sword. He fiercely stabbed the sword, and it was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and it forcibly broke through the viscous force. Unexpectedly, just as it broke through, a black fog suddenly emerged from the soil wall in front of him, and the soil that had been cut off by the Tribulation Sword on the ground actually returned to its original position at this time. In the next moment, the original soil wall slowly transformed into an ink-colored door. The door was tightly shut. Above it, the black fog slowly lingered for a while. Finally, a strange pattern appeared. It vaguely resembled a human face. There was a pair of living black eyes on it, which seemed to be staring at Chu Yang. Chu Yang instinctively felt that this pair of eyes seemed to be somewhat expectant. It seemed to be hoping that he could open the door earlier, or asking if he could open this door. The divine soul of Calamity floated closer and observed carefully. Then, he said, "Little ancestor, I'm afraid this is the legendary gate of the Heavenly Devil. It is said that once this gate is opened, no one can enter except for the Heavenly Devil who set this place up. Even if there is a super expert who forcibly breaks through the gate with his tyrannical strength, everything inside will be destroyed the moment the gate is broken through. It will never be the same again. Little ancestor, don't underestimate him. If you act rashly, I'm afraid." Chu Yang nodded and said lightly, "I know. I have a way to deal with it." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the Tribulation Sword left his hand again. This time, the sword was surrounded by green aura. The dense green aura gradually turned into a small vortex, and it fiercely pierced into the Heavenly Demon Gate. It made a crisp sword sound. Don't forcefully break it. Even if you succeed, you will only destroy everything. Before the Tribulation Spirit finished speaking, he saw that the Tribulation Sword had already pierced into the gate. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, this little ancestor has always been calm, but why is he so impulsive this time? I clearly explained the consequences of forcefully breaking through, but he still chose to do so. This is really a blunder. However, the Heavenly Demon Gate, which should have been completely annihilated after being forcefully broken through by external forces, did not have any reaction. He couldn't help but feel a little strange and focused on it. Could it be that this little ancestor's attack was too weak and couldn't cause any damage to the Heavenly Demon Gate, so it didn't collapse? When he took a closer look, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The result was actually like this. The green aura on the Tribulation Sword flowed as if it was alive. The Heavenly Demon Chi on the Heavenly Demon Gate gradually gathered toward the Tribulation Sword like rivers flowing into the sea. The Tribulation Sword was like an ocean that could hold all the water in the world. It didn't reject anything that came, and all the Heavenly Demon Chi was transformed into the green aura of the sword and quietly absorbed into the sword. Its power was so profound that it was unimaginable. Gradually, the Heavenly Demon Gate on the wall became much dimmer. The Tribulation Spirit looked at the shocking effect caused by the Tribulation Sword and couldn't help but open his mouth wide, unable to close it. He had always known that this little ancestor's sword was the best divine weapon in the world, but he didn't expect it to have such a terrifying devouring power. It would be fine if it devoured other things, but it could even devour such dense Heavenly Demon Chi bit by bit. Furthermore, it was using the method of devouring all the Heavenly Demon Chi to dissolve the Heavenly Demon Gate. The idea was undoubtedly brilliant. The Tribulation Spirit was greatly surprised by the change in front of him. After the Tribulation Sword's devouring power dissolved the first part of the Heavenly Demon Chi, the devouring power became even stronger. In the end, it formed a huge vortex that could be seen with the naked eye. He swallowed all the Heavenly Devil Chi that formed the Heavenly Devil Gate and sucked it in. Calamity's soul got a little closer, and he actually felt that his cultivation was being affected. He was faintly moving towards the sword. That feeling was actually similar to when he was manipulated by that person on that day. Even though there was still a considerable gap between them, that feeling was very similar. It was an ultimate targeted might that could completely obliterate his body and soul, and it was a complete counter to him. As soon as he thought up to here, the Calamity's soul couldn't help but be terrified, and he let out a strange cry before retreating 30 back. Only then was he able to completely escape this devouring force. For a time, his hair stood on end, and there was still a lingering fear in his heart. Chapter 2342. The soul secretly swore, "Damn it, I was almost caught in the crossfire. I'll never go near this magical sword again." The system had cultivated for such a long time to reach its current level. If it was inexplicably swallowed by this strange sword, it wouldn't even be able to find a place to cry. It would really be too tragic. After a short while, Chu Yang shook his wrist, and the tribulation sword flew back into Chu Yang's palm with a clear cry. The gate of heavenly demons in front of him finally opened to the side silently, following which a soft and misty light slowly seeped out. Looking around, all he could see was a dazzling light in front of him. Along the way, it was unknown how many night luminescent pearls were embedded in it. Every one of them was as big as a child's fist, and every one of them was a rare treasure. Seeing such a rare treasure, Chu Yang naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He kept all the luminous pearls he passed into the tribulation space. It would be a waste not to take advantage of such a fortune. Moreover, Chu Yang knew that these luminous pearls didn't look very special, but the light they emitted had a faint, purple-blue halo. This meant that these luminous pearls were all produced in the deep sea. These luminous pearls weren't ordinary clam pearls or eastern pearls. They were extremely rare crab pearls. Illumination was only one of their functions. The biggest function of these pearls was to assist in cultivation. Yuan Tianjia placed so many crab pearls here to form a special array, which made it easy to absorb a large amount of the world's essence energy. But Chu Yang wouldn't be as wasteful as Yuan Tianjia, because Yuan Tianjia was ultimately a heavenly demon and couldn't directly absorb the world's essence energy. But Chu Yang was a genuine human. He could completely convert all these luminous pearls into pure cultivation. It would allow his skills to rise to the next level. He had just opened the gate of heavenly demons, and he already had such a harvest. How could Chu Yang not be happy? This was simply a big pie falling from the sky. If Yuan Tianjia didn't get it, and any other human expert got it, these crab pearls would have turned into powder long ago. Yuan Tianjia is really a good person. Even if he's dead, he still has something left for me. Chu Yang sighed as he walked in. There are such good treasures, but you can't use them and can only stare at them helplessly. But you've left them all to me. I'll gladly accept them. Chu Yang had harvested more than 3,000 crab pearls in this short journey of a few thousand feet. Such a huge number made Chu Yang's scalp go numb even though he was the one directly involved. This was because there were simply too many of them. It had to be known that not every crab could produce such a quantity of crab pearls. Only dragon crabs that lived thousands of meters deep in the ocean could produce such a quantity of crab pearls. As long as it was a dragon crab, it was said that it could fight a flood dragon alone. Most importantly, even dragon crabs only had a possibility of nurturing this kind of crab pearl. Roughly 3,000 dragon crabs would only be able to produce one crab pearl at most. Looking at the 3,000 plus crab pearls here, Yuan Tianjia must have exterminated all the dragon crab clans in the Heaven Imperial Court to be able to obtain so many, right? Sure enough, on one side of the stone wall, there were words carved by Yuan Tianjia. Now, it seemed that Chu Yang could also feel Yuan Tianjia's dissatisfaction. Slaughtering all the 13 seas in the world to obtain 3,100 pearls. The 10,000 crab pearls that I asked for is still far from enough. How can it not make people feel resentful? When anger rises, they will be slaughtered cleanly. Sure enough, Yuan Tianjia had really exterminated all the dragon crab clans. It turned out that the heavenly demon clan was not only the mortal enemy of the human race, but any living creature that could be targeted by them had the possibility of being exterminated. The heavenly demons were actually the common enemy of all living creatures. You're really an idiot. You could have just left some seeds and killed another batch of pearls after a few 100,000 years. Your lifespan is so long, but you're so impatient. Not to mention other things, just the millions of years that you've been in power. As long as you had a little bit of patience, not to mention 10,000, even 100,000 wouldn't be difficult. Heavenly demons are indeed heavenly demons. Chu Yang scolded angrily. What kind of effect could 10,000 crab pearls produce? If there were really 10,000 crab pearls for him to use, Yuan Tianjia could totally set up a 10,000 pearls formation. In one night, he could use the formation to completely absorb the spiritual energy of the crab pearls, doubling his cultivation. But if the quantity was insufficient, then it would be another matter. The 10,000 pearls formation must have 10,000 pearls, not even a single one. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yang was so angry. Yuan Tianjia, you impatient bastard, why didn't you collect enough pearls before letting me take advantage of you? It was also because Chu Yang was filled with anger. In a moment of confusion, he neglected the benefits in front of him. If Yuan Tianjia had really collected enough pearls, he would have used them all up on the same day. How would he be able to take advantage of him? More importantly, it wasn't just that he couldn't take advantage of Yuan Tianjia. If Yuan Tianjia's cultivation had really doubled, perhaps none of the brothers would have survived the battle that day. Even Yuan Tianjia might not have to reveal his identity. The gap was so huge. If Yuan Tianjia's cultivation had doubled again, he could completely be comparable to a Saint Monarch, or even better. Even if a Saint Monarch was the #1 person in the imperial court, and his strength was extraordinary, he still wasn't as strong as Jun Iho. After venting his anger for a while, Chu Yang realized that he was venting his anger out of boredom. He was quite discouraged. He had no choice but to continue walking forward. However, he was immediately stunned when he pushed open another door. What he saw in front of him was an unusually large area. Not to mention that there were at least 8 other doors connected to different places. Just this hall alone was full of splendor and extremely luxurious. Hundreds of huge crab pearls the size of a human head were inlaid all around. In the center, there was also a star jade the size of a fist. That star jade continued to refract tens of thousands of rays of starlight. The moment he walked in, it was as if he had walked into the most brilliant starry sky. Star jade was a special kind of jade formed at the core of a star after countless years. This was a super heavenly treasure that could only be encountered but not sought. It was a top-notch treasure that lived up to its name. No wonder Yuan Tianjia's cultivation progress is so fast. So he has such a good thing as his backing. Chu Yang thought to himself. In the center, there was even a huge cushion formed purely by souls of purple crystal. Obviously, Yuan Tianjia sat here to cultivate. This guy is really a celestial emperor. He's so much more extravagant than I am. Joy appeared on Chu Yang's face. His previous anger had completely disappeared, because all these things now seemed to already belong to Chu. The things were all here. Chu Yang was not in a hurry to collect them. Instead, he pushed open the other 8 doors one by one. These 8 doors must be the most precious collection of Yuan Tianjia's life, as well as the greatest secret of his life. Even Chu Yang's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Treasures were indeed precious, but they were only things that could be obtained conveniently. What Chu Yang really cared about was whether he could actually find the answer he wanted from here. For example, how did Yuan Tianjia enter the Heaven Imperial Court back then and even reach his current position? Another example, what role did Yuan Tianjia play in the Purple Clouds Heavens incident back then? Mastermind, accomplice, or something else? Another example, what exactly did Yuan Tianjia do for the Heavenly Fiend clan in these million years? This was what Chu Yang was most concerned about right now. The first storeroom was filled with precious materials piled up like a mountain. Every one of them was something that only existed in legends. They could be said to be the best materials. Chu Yang waved his hand and summoned Calamity Sword. He gave an order. Other than leaving some for me to use in forging weapons, the rest are all yours. Devour to your heart's content. Calamity Sword let out a joyful sword cry. It flew over quickly and ate to its heart's content. It seemed that it had not devoured to its heart's content like this for a long time. How could the divine sword not be elated? Chu Yang walked into the second storeroom. As expected, this was the storehouse where Yuan Tianming used to practice martial arts. However, what made Chu Yang disappointed was that although the things inside were also rare treasures, he couldn't use them at all, because the things inside were all top-grade magic crystals. The Heavenly Fiend Crystal was a unique product of the Heavenly Fiend continent. It had a beneficial effect on the demon body. This kind of magic crystal stone was also divided into different grades. The ones that Yuan Tianjia had were all top-grade goods. However, for a human like Chu Yang, they were completely useless. The higher the grade, the more useless they were. Not only were they not beneficial, they were even harmful. Chu Yang sighed. He waved his hand casually and put them into the calamity space. After all, it was shameful to waste them. He would take them out and show them to Tantan later. If they were useful to him, then these things would belong to Tantan. If even Tantan could not use them, then he would have to let Calamity Sword devour them all. Calamity Sword did not care about whether it was magic crystals or purple crystals. The third storeroom was filled with a large number of elixirs. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He waved his hand and put them all into the calamity space. This indifference was not pretentious. With Chu Yang's collection theory, although these elixirs that he obtained from Yuan Tianjia were all top-grade elixirs, compared to the heaven-defying Heaven-Earth Mystery Yellow Fruit and the Nether Hell Fruit, they were really not too great. How could Chu Yang be shocked by these elixirs when he already had them in front of him? Chu Yang did not care about them. However, the 3 elixirs in the calamity space were overjoyed when they saw so many elixirs falling from the sky. One by one, they rushed over with their short legs. They were beaming with joy as they took them back. Then, they planted them into the elixir field one by one. As for the elixirs that had lost their vitality, the elixirs were all absorbed by the elixirs and turned into powder. Previously, Chu Yang had used a large number of elixirs to accelerate the growth of heavy elixirs in order to increase the odds of victory in the battle against the devil. This had made the 3 elixirs very distressed. Now that there were so many elixirs to replenish them, it was naturally a great joy. I was extremely unlucky. In the morning, I was eating with my wife's best friend. That woman was wearing a necklace and happily showing it off. She said that her husband had bought it for her on Women's Day. At that moment, my wife looked at me with resentment in her eyes. It made my hair stand on end. Women's Day? Which day is it? I don't remember at all. What a tragedy. At the same time, I was depressed in my heart. Women have too many festivals. Where are the festivals that belong to men? Valentine's Day, Women's Day, Spring Festival, Lantern Festival, 7th of July, birthdays? I need to buy gifts for all of them. Damn, it's too difficult for men. Just these festivals alone are like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. If it continues like this, I won't be able to afford to find a wife in the future. So, I made a bold decision. I must have a pair of twin daughters. Damn it, I'll just sit at home and wait for the betrothal gifts in the future. Who is it? Where's the gift? Damn it, you came without a gift? Get out. Big brother, Nan, who gave you the gift? Quickly hand it over. Second brother, hand it over quickly. I'm waiting for you to spend money. Chapter 23:43. This batch of elixirs from Yuan Tianji could only be considered top grade. Only a small part of it was supreme grade elixirs. But what surprised Chu Yang and made him so happy that he couldn't close his mouth was that as the elixirs absorbed the essence of the elixirs, most of the elixirs that were beyond their abilities turned into high-grade heavy elixirs, which gradually piled up into a small hill. The tribulation space was originally filled with the power of great elixirs. Now that the elixirs had been in there for a long time, they had evolved and had the unique medicinal properties of great elixirs. They no longer needed to deliberately pursue supreme-grade elixirs. As long as there was enough external medicinal power, they could transform and fuse them into heavy elixirs effortlessly. The only thing that made Chu Yang feel a little depressed was that these heavy elixirs were all rolling out of the elixir's nostrils. This was somewhat disgusting, but Minister Chu immediately told himself fiercely, as long as I can improve my cultivation, not to mention those heavy elixirs rolling out of their nostrils, even if they come out of their eyes. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Minister Chu was the first to vomit. He really couldn't take it. In the fourth storeroom, there was only an empty table. There was a black shelf on the table, and on the shelf, there was a card that was as black as ink. On the card, there was a word engraved. He carefully identified the word, but Chu Yang didn't recognize it. He only felt that the shape was strange. This word didn't look like the word Heavenly Imperial at all. He looked at the back, but there was a word command engraved on it. This should be a command token. Once he picked up that command token, Chu Yang felt a magical power. It also let him instantly know what kind of command token this was. Heavenly Demon Command Token. The personal command token of the Flying Devil King. Proof of identity. Chu Yang's eyes turned, and he put it away. If I deliberately let Mo Tianji use this thing, it might be of great use. If someone can become the Flying Devil King with this command token, that would be too interesting. Under Mo Tianji's control, what is impossible? Chu Yang muttered to himself, but then he couldn't help but laugh. If it was really so easy to become the Flying Devil King, then the so-called extraterrestrial demons wouldn't be so difficult to deal with. After Chu Yang opened the fifth storeroom, it immediately closed. His face was deathly pale. Inside were piles of bones and endless flesh and blood. The entire warehouse was piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed like a river. He didn't know how many people Yuan Tianjia had killed here to have such a scale. Chu Yang could clearly feel that all the flesh and blood here should have come from human experts. Moreover, if it wasn't the heart, then it was the other 5 internal organs. On one of its hearts, there was a bite mark. Half of it had been bitten off. The extraterrestrial demons are indeed a bunch of complete scumbags. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and resisted the strong urge to retch. After he came out, he casually lit a fire and burned the entire storehouse red. All the flesh and organs inside had been reduced to ashes. The items in the first storeroom seemed to be a little interesting. There were many shelves inside, and on the shelves were countless bottles and jars. Inside, there were countless pills. Chu Yang didn't even look at them as he collected them all. He was going to hand it over to Chu Lu'er to study its specific attributes. The seventh storeroom turned out to be a study. But the books in this study weren't books of sages, but countless cultivation technique manuals and secret cultivation manuals. Many of the books had been flipped through until they were tattered. From this, it could be seen that Yuan Tianjia had really put a lot of effort into this. But when he reached the 8th storeroom, which was originally thought to be the last room, it was actually another heavenly demon gate. This heavenly demon gate made Chu Yang excited again. Perhaps Yuan Tianjia's true secret was hidden inside. Calamity Sword was recalled by Chu Yang again, and it began the process of devouring the demonic aura again. He had already experienced it once, and it was a Calamity Sword that had greatly increased in power. This time, he was naturally even more familiar with the process. It didn't take long to crack this heavenly demon gate. Then, without waiting for Chu Yang's instructions, it shook its head and wagged its tail, turning into a stream of light and entering the storeroom to continue devouring. To Calamity Sword, this kind of heavenly demon chi was a very rare tonic. It was rare for its master to be so generous, so how could it not devour to its heart's content? Chu Yang stepped into this most mysterious gate. Looking up, he saw a piece of writing. This writing was arrogant, and one could tell at a glance that it was written by Yuan Tianjia himself. Moreover, the content of this writing was very vulgar, but it also had some profound meaning. The so-called Heavenly Imperial Court Saint is just a ****. These were the words written by Yuan Tianjia here, full of heartfelt disdain, and also full of indescribable pride. In addition, there was also a kind of disdain that came from the bones. The high and mighty Heavenly Imperial Court saint that everyone in the world looked up to, was actually just a *** in the eyes of the heavenly demon gate saint? Wasn't this evaluation a little too unexpected? This contrast made Chu Yang's heart beat violently for a moment, and it aroused even more intense interest. Chu Yang was even a little nervous. What exactly was this Xian Su? He vaguely had a premonition that some mysteries that had been buried deep for millions of years were about to appear in front of him. Even with Chu Yang's cultivation, when he realized this, he still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he couldn't wait to step in. He couldn't wait to take a peek at this secret. In the last 8th room, other than the writing that could be seen the moment he entered, there were no other facilities that belonged to a normal room. It could be said to be an extremely simple room. The only things that were there were only stacks of paper and small balls of ashes in the corner. Obviously, Yuan Tianjia had destroyed something. Chu Yang very carefully collected those papers one by one and looked at them carefully, hoping to find some clues. However, he very gloomily discovered that the things recorded on these papers were completely worthless, because most of them were Yuan Tianjia scolding words. He scolded the heavenly imperial court, scolded the heavenly emperor, scolded Shuele Han, scolded the 7 Stars Guard, scolded the demon empress, and so on and so on. Almost all the high-level figures and super experts in the heavenly imperial court, almost all of them, every single one of them, had a deep grudge against Yuan Tianjia. Chu Yang was afraid that he would miss something, so he looked at it carefully. In the end, he was so confused that he even picked up the papers that were thrown on the ground to look at them, but he still didn't find anything valuable. Chu Yang frowned. Logically speaking, this should be where Yuan Tianjia's biggest secret was. Why couldn't he find it? Could it be that this was just a place for Yuan Tianjia to vent his dissatisfaction? No, Yuan Tianjia was definitely not such a superficial person. How could a person who could hide in a different world and almost climb to the top of a different world be a superficial person? If this was indeed Yuan Tianjia's secret room, then there must be something here that he had overlooked. For example, there was another heavenly demon gate here? Once the thought came to his mind, he immediately put it into action. Chu Yang once again started to search. He changed the target of his search from the equipment in the room to the structure of the room, looking for the possibility that there might be other spaces. He used the Calamity Sword to probe every corner of the room. Finally, in an extremely inconspicuous corner on the upper left corner, he found an unusually subtle but even more complicated and detailed secret heavenly demon gate. Even if Yuan Tianjia opened this gate personally, he would need to go through a lot of complicated procedures before he could open it. However, in front of the devouring power of the heavenly demon Qi, it was easily opened by brute force like snow melting under the scorching sun. Although the divine soul of Calamity had seen it twice, it was still stunned and frightened when it saw this scene again. It couldn't help but think, if Yuan Tianjia knew that the secret mechanism he set up with great effort was so easily cracked by someone else, and in an extremely barbaric and violent way, I wonder if he would be so depressed that he would hit his head and kill himself? The Calamity Sword easily cracked the last heavenly demon gate with brute force. Chu Yang carefully reached in and searched. There was indeed another secret item inside. It was a thick book, but just from the thickness of the tentacles, there should be a lot of things recorded in it. Chu Yang only opened it and glanced at it. Then, he immediately closed it and put it into his pocket. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately left this place. He even completely blocked all his aura. The devouring power of the Calamity Sword completely devoured the heavenly demon Qi in this entire space. Then, Chu Yang's own spiritual power and pure cultivation were activated to the limit together. As he retreated step by step, the original secret room of Yuan Tianjia actually turned into hard rock step by step, and the rocks in all directions were gradually squeezing in this direction. All the treasures here had already been swept clean by Chu Yang. Naturally, Chu Yang turned around and left without any reluctance. Behind him, heavy squeezing sounds could still be heard. When Chu Yang snuck into Mo Tianji's room 70 miles away like a shooting star, that secret room had completely turned into a solid ground. He believed that even the most brilliant expert would not be able to detect that this used to be a warehouse or a secret room. This was because, under the powerful devouring power of the Calamity Sword, all traces and smells of the heavenly demons or humans that had once stayed here were swept clean. All the life, death, and smell of blood also disappeared without a trace. Even the messy flesh, the scaffolding, and the useless papers had been completely crushed by the pressure and melted into the soil and rocks. Chapter 23:44. Haha. To be able to grasp the meaning of the music just by listening to it, as expected of Emotion. Chuyang was also using a sound transmission technique at this moment. He quietly said, apart from a batch of materials, the most important thing is the relevant records left behind by Yuan Tianjia. This matter was not a small matter. Even though the two of them were completely at ease in their own territory, they were still extremely cautious and used telepathy at the same time to discuss this matter. Hearing Chuyang say this, Emotion immediately became spirited. Quickly take it out for us to see. Don't tell me you still want to keep it a secret at this time? Emotion took a deep breath. Then, he took the first step and used a method to tightly seal his room with pure spiritual power. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the soul of the calamity outside immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and formed another layer of protection outside of Emotion's spiritual energy. Under such tight protection, it was believed that even if a super expert like a Saint Monarch came, it would be impossible for them to silently approach and pry into their secrets. However, even under such a well-guarded situation, Emotion and Chuyang still used telepathy to eliminate any possibility of a sneak attack. Even the light on the table was blown out by Emotion. Only then did Chuyang carefully take out the book from his bosom. With the eyesight of the two of them, it was naturally not difficult to see in such darkness. However, extinguishing the candle and returning to darkness could minimize the possibility of being noticed to the greatest extent. The proudest thing of a lifetime. This might be the name of Yuan Tianjia's little book, or it might be his greatest wish and his proudest achievement. I didn't expect this guy to have the habit of keeping a diary. As a qualified spy, this habit is not too good. As long as there is material evidence, one's secrets will not be complete. Emotion smiled and casually teased. This isn't a diary. Chuyang squinted his eyes. This bastard has lived for who knows how long. He must have lived for at least several million years. If he were to record everything day by day, he wouldn't even be able to fit all 8 storerooms. Even if he were to record 1 entry per year, he would have recorded several million entries. That's quite a terrifying number. It's not too much of a daily number. Emotion chuckled. At this moment, the two of them were actually laughing a little wretchedly. After opening the title page, it recorded the beginning of the glorious journey of Yuan Tianjia's life. He spent the rest of his life in the Shengma Dalu, a member of the Flying Demon Clan. At the age of 15, he was hailed as the genius of the Flying Demon Clan. At the age of 30, he was hailed as the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Flying Demon Clan. He was high-spirited and full of mettle, with no regard for others. I have lived for over 100 years, and my cultivation has already reached the level of an earth demon. In the last 30,000 years of the Flying Demon Clan, I am the only one who has managed to reach this level. Thus, I shouldered the heavy responsibility of entering the colorful world. Emotion had already flipped 3 pages by this time. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy's generation is truly glorious. Big brother, you were only slightly stronger than him back then. Chuyang nodded and said, the colorful world that he mentioned should be this heavenly imperial court, right? Emotion nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Colorful world? Hee hee. It's a pity that the extraterrestrial demons will never be able to take over this colorful world. The so-called flower will forever exist in their imagination. The two of them continued to read. The demon lord sealed my demonic energy and traveled such a long distance to come here. Along the way, I have been chivalrous and righteous. Speaking of the words chivalrous and righteous, I really feel very sad. Isn't chivalrous and righteous killing people? Isn't it an executioner? Isn't it a body full of sin and hands full of blood? It's nothing more than a reasonable and righteous killing that bears the moral standards of most people. Ha ha ha. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry about the concept of the people in the heavenly imperial court. The so-called smart, stupid, and despicable are nothing more than this. After reading this paragraph, Chu Yang and Emotian sighed at the same time. The next dozens of pages were all about chivalrous and righteous. They were all about helping some people who were of value and killing all the enemies. On the contrary, they were able to gain the sincere support of those people who were previously rescued. Obviously, Yuan Tianjie thought that this experience was very satisfying, very comforting, and very funny. Therefore, he wrote a little more and took up quite a lot of space. Finally, my pseudonym, Yuan Tianjie, was hailed as the #1 young hero of the Dark Cloud continent. My reputation rose and my name shook the world. When I received such an honor, the shock in my heart was really incomparable. This is too simple and too. Damn it, when we read this, the shock in our hearts was also incomparable. We also didn't know how to phrase it. What the hell is this? Isn't this too dark and humorous? Chu Yang and Emotian cursed angrily in their hearts at the same time. After that, I continued to wander the Jianghu. Slowly, I actually had my own foundation and many subsidiary forces. I didn't even know where many of them came from, and my cultivation also soared all the way. There were some cultivation treasures that people took the initiative to deliver to me without any effort. This is simply an incredible thing in the Shengma Dalu. Such treasures can't be obtained without violence. But here, it's so natural and logical. Looking back, as long as something that can increase cultivation appeared in the Shengma Dalu, many people would fight to the death. No matter who the opponent is, even if it's a biological father or an elder, as long as they have the ability, they definitely won't give in. But here, I thought for a long time, but I still couldn't understand it. Perhaps my experience is not enough. This paragraph made Chu Yang and Emotian even more speechless. No wonder the heavenly demons are so scary. Under such an atmosphere, as long as they don't die and grow up, they are natural demons of demons, great demons that look down on all demons. Emotian thought until here, but this is a common weakness of human nature or demonic nature. Maybe we can make good use of it. Chu Yang thought of another aspect. It's just that the time wasn't ripe yet, so he could only suppress it in his heart and didn't say it out. After returning to the clan, when I came out for the 4th time, my cultivation had already reached the level of heavenly demon. It was also at this time that I accidentally met someone, a person that I definitely didn't expect to be able to affect the direction of my life. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Emotian's breathing became heavy at the same time. This person was undoubtedly a key. It could be the opportunity for Yuan Tianjie to become a part of the Shengma Dalu. But who was this person? That was an absolutely asymmetrical battle. Almost 500 people joined forces to besiege one person. Everyone on the besieging side was a top expert, and the person who was besieged didn't admit defeat or retreat. He fought all the way. Although he was severely injured in the end, he still broke out of the encirclement and escaped. This person's cultivation had already reached an earth-shattering level. Only later did I know that he was actually the #1 expert in the heavenly imperial court at that time. Seeing him break out of the encirclement and escape, I followed him all the way. I faintly felt that if this person survived, he would be a huge obstacle for my heavenly demon clan to enter the heavenly imperial court. Right now, he was severely injured. Maybe I could take this opportunity to kill him. I lost him right from the start. I chased him for 3,000 miles, but I couldn't find any trace of him. However, life is so special. It's as if everything is predestined. Just when I gave up on my original goal and was on my way back, I unexpectedly met this person again. His previous self was seriously injured, and he was hiding in a big lake, hiding all his aura, and when I went to the lake to drink water, it was when he finally exhausted his vital signs after being severely injured. He couldn't hold his breath and came out. And it was at that time that I realized how childish and ridiculous my previous thoughts were. Even though he was severely injured, I still couldn't resist at all. Almost immediately, I was captured by him, and he took away all the healing medicine from me. In the following period of time, he treated me like his servant and ordered me to do everything for him. He even placed restrictions on my body. He waited until his injuries improved a little before he let me go. It was only at that time that I knew his name. He was called Cloudmaster. He was the #1 expert in the Heavenly Imperial Court. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's bodies shook at the same time. Cloudmaster was the name of the saint. It turned out that Yuan Tianjia had already met him before he became a Saint Lord. They had such a past. In the beginning, I was very afraid that he would discover my identity as a heavenly demon. So, I pretended to be humble and tried to get on his good side. However, as we interacted with each other for a long time, we slowly became familiar with each other. I gradually realized that this Cloudmaster was a very ambitious person, and I was also an ambitious person. Perhaps it was because we were like-minded and our ideas were similar. We actually became close friends. Thus, the two of us started to work together to unify the Heaven Imperial Court. We slowly started to discuss and form a plan. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were full of cold sweat. Cloudmaster's ambition was to unify the Heaven Imperial Court, and Yuan Tianjia's ambition was to annex the Heaven Imperial Court and make the Heaven Imperial Court be enslaved by the other races. The two couldn't be confused at all, but the two of them worked together just like that. Under the circumstances where the saint didn't know Yuan Tianjia's true identity, the two of them started to unify the martial world. Could this be said to be absurd? Or absurd? Or was it absurd? 5 years later, the two of us met again. Both of us had greatly improved. Under the binding of our interests, Cloudmaster and I swore an oath of blood and became brothers of life and death. Hee hee. Chapter 23:45. I returned to the clan to report this matter. The higher-ups of the clan all thought that this was a great opportunity to take over the Heaven Imperial Court. Thus, I led a few capable clansmen and returned to the Heaven Imperial Court. We wanted to take over our own territory. Because of our mutual interests, we began to intentionally and unintentionally promote each other. Guru Yun's opponents who were difficult to deal with, and those who opposed him were all assassinated by me. Meanwhile, Guru Yun was in charge of dealing with my opponents. At the same time, we promoted each other's reputation. Even so, it was just some reputation in the martial world. The effect was very limited. After 500 years, we only gained some reputation. However, at that time, a strange person appeared in the martial world. He was called Know-It-All. This person had the ability to know everything. He actually collected all the information of all the experts above the saint level. Furthermore, the entire Heaven Imperial Court started a grand ranking battle. The battle for the #1 expert in the world, the battle for the top 10 experts, the ranking battle. Behind the mysterious name Know-It-All, Yuan Tianming wrote, I suspect that there's a high chance that this person is Guru Yun's incarnation. Throughout the entire process, the person who benefited the most was Guru Yun himself. Reading up to this point, Mo Tianji's face turned pale. However, he continued reading. The martial world was once again filled with people who didn't want to win and didn't like fame. At that time, the only daughter of the #1 financial magnate, the #1 beauty in the martial world, Shuexian Heir, released the news that she would marry the #1 expert in the world. When this news was released, the entire Heaven Imperial Court was in an uproar. Other than fame, there was also the temptation of benefits. Who could resist such fame and fortune? Cloudmaster came to me first. He said that he wanted to become the #1 expert in the world and hoped that I could help him. It was only later that I found out that Shuexian Heir was already Cloudmaster's woman at that time. For Cloudmaster's ambition, she released this news. However, this news was irresistible to the martial world people who didn't know the inside story. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji sighed at the same time. The throne of the #1 expert in the world. The unparalleled beauty of the #1 beauty in the world. and the wealth of the number one financial magnate. Who would be able to resist such a temptation? Even if there were people who could resist such temptation, as long as their strength was seen as an opponent, they would be forced into this competition. Therefore, this was a battle that only the mediocre could avoid. No matter how strong one was, as long as they entered, they would never be able to escape. They could only fight to the end. Under the combined efforts of me and Guru Yun managed to defeat all the other competitors and claim the title of number one. A month later, he married Shuexian and rightfully took over the wealth of the world's number one conglomerate, as well as the equally enormous Jianghu forces. There was also something that I had expected. On the day of their wedding, before they entered the bridal chamber, Master Yun gave me a mission to kill Shuexian's father, Xue Qinying. A month later, Xue Qinying died by my hands. This is really within my expectations. Because only with Xue Qinying's death, Master Yun can immediately take over the Xue family's property and no one can stop him. Based on this reason, how can Xue Qinying not die? Sweat appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. After marrying Master Yun's daughter, he gave the order to kill his father-in-law before entering the bridal chamber. Moreover, this father-in-law had already given his all for his hegemony and helped him to the best of his ability. This Master Yun, this saint, is really capable of doing this. At the same time, because of Xue Qinyang's accidental death, Master Yun used this as an excuse to take revenge for his father-in-law. He wiped out the forces of the extreme heaven one by one. This process of wiping out the forces lasted for more than 1,300 years. Master Yun finally became the only strong person in the extreme heaven, the de facto ruler. If it weren't for the fact that we got along so well and knew so much about each other, I think I would have become Master Yun's must-kill target long ago. Of course, he must have thought that I would have a backup plan. If I were to die, his secret would be exposed as well. Knowing each other's biggest secret might be the most difficult thing to break. At this point, even with Chu Yang's and Mo Tianji's composure, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they sighed inexplicably. They didn't need to continue reading to guess why the saint was willing to distort the truth and testify for Yuan Tianjia. The reason was mostly because of this. Yuan Tianjia really knew too many of the saint's secrets. The connection between the two of them definitely couldn't be broken. Master Yun's ambition continued to expand. He wasn't willing to just control the extreme heaven. Thus, he started to plan the battle of the 10 celestial emperors. As long as the heroes were capable, they could become the master of a heaven. And at this time, Master Yun had unparalleled wealth, unparalleled strength, and unparalleled power to proclaim himself as only me saint. He was above the other 10 celestial emperors. He also promised that if anyone was dissatisfied and rebelled, he could mobilize the army to annihilate them. At that time, Master Yun's strength and power were already fully deserving of the title of number one in the world. Under his guidance, the selections of the various heavens and earth finally carried out vigorously. However, there were several unforeseen events. Just as the Saint Monarch was placing his trusted subordinates in various places and was preparing to secretly take over the 10 directions heaven and earth, some damned valiant fellows appeared out of nowhere. Xue Leihan and Zi Hao belong to different heavens and earth, but they are sworn brothers. Once the two of them join forces, they are invincible. Even though Master Yun is the number one person in the world, he is still somewhat fearful and wary of the two of them, and both of them see the saint as their opponent. They have joined forces several times to battle the saint. Back then, when the saint was severely injured, the main force of the besiegers was Zi Hao. That was the only time in the saint's life that he was in a perilous situation. Master Yun, who became the number one person in the imperial court, was invincible. The only thing he was worried about was that the two of them would join forces to deal with him. But there was no way to split them apart. Zi Hao once said that the saint was nothing more than that. Master Yun saw him as a great threat. Although Zi Hao and Xue Leihan are brothers, after the news of the battle of the heavenly sovereigns spread, the two of them belonged to different heavens and earth. They had no choice but to separate and participate in the battle of the heavenly sovereigns in their respective heavens and earth. The two of them were very powerful and were only slightly inferior to the saint. Naturally, no one could match them. The people sent by the sage were all killed in the arena, especially the Zishao heavens, which was the weakest realm at that time. The Cloud Master specially sent out his own younger brother, Yunyue, to compete for the position. He originally thought that it would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect that Zihao would dismember him in the arena. He died with his body smashed into pieces, his body and soul destroyed. Yunyu's wife, children, and subordinates went to seek revenge from Zihao. However, due to their ruthless and despicable methods, they finally angered Zihao and were all killed by him. When Yunyu heard the news, he was so devastated that he vomited blood and fainted in the extreme heaven. However, Master Yun did things secretly. Zihao didn't know who he had killed at all. At this point, Chu Yang and Imo Tianji were speechless. The Battle of Zishao Heavens, perhaps, this was part of the reason? Zihao was an old rival of Master Yun who had been at odds with him for thousands of years. Moreover, he was the one who obstructed Master Yun's plan to truly unify the heavenly imperial court. He even killed his own brother and the murderer of his entire family. Master Yun's cultivation was already the #1 in the world at that time, but he was still so agitated by this news that he vomited blood and fainted. From this, one could see how much he valued this brother of his. The hatred between him and Zihao, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, probably came from this. Moreover, both new and old hatred surged in his heart, growing deeper and deeper. There was no way to resolve it. In the end, the eastern royal sky fell into the hands of Shuele Han, who was just as strong. As for the demon emperor sky, there was also an accident. Originally, the lord of the demon race had already been assassinated by Master Yun, and his cultivation was crippled. However, no one expected that this demon would unexpectedly use the most sacred and cruel method of passing on the power of all 8 experts of the demon race. He imbued all the power of the demon race's 8 great experts into the demon empress, and even transferred the demon lord's crippled cultivation to the demon empress. As such, the demon race created a brilliant super expert out of thin air. She suppressed all the heroes and became the master of the demon emperor sky, and also the only female expert after Jun E. Other than that, the Daluo heaven, Buddha heaven, and the western heavens also had problems. Super experts from each of the 3 heavens appeared in the mortal world. The people sent by Master Yun were all killed, and in that battle, the ink cloud heaven was full of experts and strong enemies. Master Yun personally came to help and finally helped me successfully obtain the position of Heavenly Emperor of the ink cloud heaven. However, it was also after that battle that Master Yun finally discovered my true identity. But at that time, I had already been conferred the title of Heavenly Emperor of the ink cloud heaven by him. Master Yun didn't do anything to me. Instead, he floated away. Until now, he hadn't set foot in the ink cloud heaven for 1,000,000 years. Perhaps he had already used me up, but he was afraid that I would leave behind a counterattack, so he wasn't willing to tear off the last layer of friendly face. Hee. It's a pity that I haven't used him up yet. Seeing this, Chu Yang and Imo Tianji sighed even more heavily. No wonder, with the saint's ability, how could he not see through Yuan Tianjia's heavenly demon identity after interacting with him for millions of years? Moreover, Yuan Tianjia still had many heavenly demon subordinates working for him. Imo Tianji sighed. It's a pity that when the saint found out about all this, it was already too late. Yuan Tianjia had already grasped too many of his secrets. At the same time that Yuan Tianjia was exposed, his dark deeds would also be exposed. As long as they hid from each other, they wouldn't do anything. I still owe 3 chapters. I've been a little speechless during this period of time. When something happened to my family, some people madly cursed me, saying that I didn't make up for what I owed. Hee. You can say these words to others, but you can say them to me. Especially at this time, cursing me is really deranged. Chapter 2346. Yuan Tianji is an extraterrestrial demon. The saint's methods are insidious and cruel. However, Yuan Tianji doesn't dare to expose the saint, and the saint also doesn't dare to expose Yuan Tianji. Thus, they kept each other in check until today. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. The two continued to read. Although there were many changes in the battle of the 10 heavenly emperors, 4 of the 10 heavens and earth still ended up in the hands of the saint. Master Cloud was obviously very dissatisfied with this result. Mo Tianji sneered and said, "There's a big problem with this sentence." Chu Yang was thinking about the relationship between the saint and the extraterrestrial demons. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What problem?" 4 of the 10 heavens and earth. Yuan Tianji didn't count his own Mo Yuntian. In other words, he never admitted that he was Master Cloud's subordinate. And Master Cloud, with all these reasons and all these actions, it's no wonder that Yuan Tianji scolded him as a pervert. In my opinion, the saint is not only a pervert, but also a pervert who wants chastity and the world's praise. Mo Tianji sneered mockingly. The two continued to read. Since the 10 heavens and earth were established, the saint divided the place where the 10 heavens and earth connected into an area called domain. Later, because of the existence of the saint, the domain naturally became the new extreme heaven at the core of the heavenly imperial court. And the original extreme heaven became Qi Bei heaven. In the end, there was one more extreme heaven and earth, and it became 11. However, what was ironic was that the original extreme heaven was directly appointed by the saint and didn't go through an official battle of the heavenly emperors. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, there were still only 10 heavens and earth. They didn't recognize the Qi Bei heaven that had been renamed. And the heavenly emperor of the extreme heaven, because of the existence of the saint, also slowly became an ordinary person who didn't receive any attention at all. The ridicule and sneer in Yuan Tianji's words could be said to be extremely thick. Regarding this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji could only sigh. The two felt as if there was a huge stone in their hearts at this moment, and they almost couldn't breathe. The following content was about how Yuan Tianji developed himself, how he ambushed and framed, how he schemed to gather manpower, and how he got the help of the saint. It was not until the second half of the book that he finally wrote about the invasion of the heavenly demons and the battle of the purple cloud heavens. 1/5 of the land on Shengma Dalu's side suddenly collapsed without warning. That part of the land turned into stardust and completely disappeared into the vast sky. Due to the further compression of the living space, our race felt a sense of impending danger. Although our combat power was not fully recovered and the odds of victory were not high, we still sent out an army and began to attack Purple Cloud Heaven. If we did not attack, we would only be waiting for death. The reason why we chose Purple Cloud Heavens, other than geographical factors, was mainly because the clan understood Zihao and Purple Cloud Heaven's foundation very well, especially the enmity between Zihao and Sage Yunshangren. Although Zihao became the heavenly emperor, compared to the other heavenly emperors, in the tens of thousands of years that followed, he was restrained in many ways. His strength was relatively weaker. When our army invaded, although Zihao fought with his life on the line and would rather die than retreat, he gradually couldn't hold on. Thus, he sent out the 7 Stars protectors to ask for reinforcements. Haha, that Zihao is truly foolish. If we were to talk about the person who wants him dead the most in this world, it's actually not a member of the human race, but a fellow member of the human race, the Sage Monarch Cloudmaster. The Sage Monarch Cloudmaster has waited for this day for no less than several tens of thousands of years. How could he possibly give Zihao the chance to escape death? On the surface, Yun Shangren took care of everything. Not only did he send people to receive Zihao, he even agreed to send out troops to lure the 5 great protectors to the hinterland of the extreme heaven. Yun Shangren personally killed the 5 great protectors on the peak of the snow mountain. The other 2 had enmity with the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress, so they did not dare to rashly ask for help. They went around the Demon Emperor's heaven and came to the Black Cloud Heavens to ask for help from me. Ha ha ha. At this point, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were so angry that they trembled all over, and their limbs turned cold. The hero of the imperial court, the hero who fought alone, was framed and brutally killed just like that. And the reason was only because of personal enmity. This was really an unjust injustice. No wonder Yuan Tianjie said that the great saint is a asterisk asterisk. From this point of view, calling this great saint a asterisk asterisk is a fucking insult to asterisk asterisk. Chu Yang was seething with anger. Yuan Tianjie's handwritten letter was still gloating over Zihao's misfortune as he proudly recorded. The imperial court was invaded by demons, but they asked for help from me, the heavenly demon. This is really the biggest joke in the world. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Army was in a fierce battle, but they were located in a remote area, so the news was relatively isolated. At the first moment, I had already used the power of providence in the black cloud heavens to completely cut off the connection between the purple cloud heavens and the eastern royal heavens. Although this action cost me countless amounts of providence that I had painstakingly accumulated, it was definitely worth it. After that, I even sent people to secretly spread the news that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Demons invasion was just a rumor. However, Zihao's 7-star protectors had already spread the news quite a lot along the way. There were actually quite a number of people who spontaneously organized to go to the rescue. This was naturally intolerable. Thus, I personally led the experts of my clan to intercept and kill them outside the Purple Cloud Heavens. How could the survival of my clan be destroyed in the hands of some boorish people of the pugilistic world? For several months, corpses littered the plains and rivers of blood flowed before the Purple Cloud Heavens. Isn't that great? Understood. At this moment, the two of them only felt the blood all over their bodies rushing to the top of their heads. For a moment, they were so furious that they felt like their bodies were about to explode. So this was the real truth behind the battle of the Purple Cloud Heavens. No matter how peerless Zihao was, how could he not be defeated when faced with such internal and external troubles? On the outside, there was the entire clan's military strength and absolute strength pressuring the border. On the inside, there was even the number one person in the upper echelons of the imperial court, Lord Shangzong, who was obstructing the reinforcements from the outside. If Zihao didn't lose, that would be the strangest thing. No wonder Shuelehan didn't send troops all the way back then. So it was all Yuan Tianji's doing. Before the heavenly demon sent troops, he had completely cut off the connection between the Purple Cloud Heavens and the Eastern Royal Heavens at all costs. All along, as the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court, the Lord Shangzong, who had always been awe-inspiring and righteous, was actually so despicable and shameless behind the scenes, actually doing so many despicable things. He was even the sworn brother of the heavenly demon. Even though he didn't know about it for a long time at the beginning, he eventually found out but didn't do anything. To the Lord Shangzong's status and reputation, this was undoubtedly a kind of betrayal. A kind of betrayal that was close to forgetting one's roots and almost deranged. It definitely couldn't be forgiven. Everything that Yuan Tianjie recorded here was an absolute secret that belonged to him. Naturally, there wouldn't be a single word of falsehood. But from here, the path that the Lord Shangzong had taken to his current position was a ready-made encyclopedia of conspiracies and plots. All the sinister, vicious, despicable, and unscrupulous methods to achieve one's goal could be found in this ready-made model. It was definitely the most standard and qualified textbook of conspiracies and plots. Lord Shangzong, haha, Lord Shangzong. Mo Tianjie sighed deeply, but his eyes revealed a sincere determination. In the last battle, the Lord Shangzong took action. His purpose was indeed to silence everyone. He had no choice, Chu Yang said indifferently. Actually, he didn't have to take action. At Yuan Tianji's level, extorting a confession by torture is already completely useless. A peerless expert naturally has the strength and persistence of a peerless expert. If he didn't even have this bit of backbone, he wouldn't have achieved his current position. No, you're wrong about this. Mo Tianjie shook his head coldly. It's not only necessary for the Lord Shangzong to take action, but it's also very necessary and extremely important. Because Yuan Tianjie may have this kind of backbone and can definitely endure until he dies, but he's ultimately not a real human. If he can create chaos in the Heaven Imperial Court before he dies, it's definitely something that he wants to see. So, if Yuan Tianji really falls into our hands, as long as you ask him at that time, Yuan Tianji will answer truthfully. No matter what you want to know, he'll tell you in detail. Even if you don't ask, he'll find a way to say it himself. So, the Lord Shangzong must take action to silence him. This is an unavoidable result. Imo Tianji took a deep breath and said softly, but with infinite solemnity, Chu Yang, along the way, we've faced enemies that are stronger than the previous one. Now, the enemy that we need to face seems to have climbed to the peak of this world. This sentence was filled with a kind of sigh, but more than that, it was a kind of soaring fighting spirit and pride. Chu Yang pondered for a long time before he slowly said, "No, this is not the peak, far from the peak." Imo Tianji looked at him sideways. "Our enemy has no peak, no limit." Chu Yang grinned. "Tianji, our lives have long been destined to be a life of battle. No matter what's in front of us, as long as we continue to walk and climb, we'll just continue to fight like this. But don't think that the enemy in front of us is the peak. That will only be disadvantageous to us." Imo Tianji was moved and praised from the bottom of his heart. "You're indeed my brother-in-law." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He was a little unhappy that Imo Tianji called himself uncle. He really wanted to punch that handsome face. "You brat, that's not what your elder said." "Oh right, there's something that I don't know how to tell you." Imo Tianji suddenly became serious, and even a faint blush flashed across his face. It seemed that he didn't know how to open his mouth. "What's the matter? Why are you so hesitant? This isn't like you." Chu Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Imo Tianji pondered for a long time before he stood up and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about it for now." Then, he hurriedly walked out. His footsteps seemed a little hurried. Is he really crazy? Chu Yang shook his head and put Yuan Tianji's letter on the table into the tribulation space. Only the tribulation space was the most trustworthy place with the least risk. Chapter 23:47. Just as Chu Yang and Imo Tianji were talking, in the night sky, a pure white cloud slowly floated over. Then, it stopped above the imperial city and then dispersed. An invisible force had already permeated every inch of the imperial city in an instant and gradually extended downwards. It seemed to be searching for something. This force was like the spring wind and rain, silently nourishing everything but abundant between heaven and earth. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji discussed for an entire night, and this force also searched carefully for an entire night. In the end, no matter how carefully they searched, they still found nothing. The white cloud finally didn't stay any longer. It gradually gathered and floated up slowly towards the endless void. After a while, it disappeared from sight. High up in the sky, there was a faint voice muttering to itself, "The restriction set by Yuan Tianji has disappeared, but nothing is left behind." Could it be that this guy is just using the empty fort strategy to scare me? To scare me for 1,000,000 years? If I had known earlier. But if it isn't the empty fort strategy, then there is indeed a backup plan. Now, it's just that it was taken away by someone earlier. And the person who took away the secret was very careful and eliminated all traces. If that's the case, then the situation is not good. If it was really taken away by someone earlier, then who could it be? Who could it be? The only person who could possibly suspect that Yuan Tianji still has a secret seems to be Mu Tsonglan, or perhaps the bookworm, the painting king. That voice muttered to itself hesitantly, judging and eliminating all possible suspects. For a moment, it couldn't make up its mind. This was too sensitive a time now. Once the suspect made a mistake, it would inevitably alert the enemy. None of those who were qualified to be suspected were simple characters. Imperial capital. At Mu Tsonglan's temporary residence, an unexpected guest was welcomed. "Why are you here?" When Mu Tsonglan saw who it was, he stood up in surprise. The person who came was his fellow villager and schoolmate. His name was Fengyang. It was just that later on, the two of them had their own experiences in the martial world. Mu Songlan had become a high-ranking official in Mo Yuntian and an influential figure, while Feng Yang, because he had followed the saint all the way, he had a meteoric rise and had considerable authority in his hands. These two people could be considered to be of high status and power, but Mu Songlan had never thought that there would be a day when Feng Yang would silently come to his residence without even a greeting. With his status, this was really an extremely unreasonable thing. But now, it was happening right before his eyes. Old Mu, I came here in secret. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, why would I be in such a hurry? Feng Yang revealed a very good-looking smile, and a small dimple quietly appeared on his left cheek. This very good-looking smile made Mu Songlan no longer have any doubts. Feng Yang had a handsome appearance, but when he smiled, he would have a girl's dimple. Because of this, Feng Yang was extremely vexed. He always felt that men looked like women and felt rather ashamed. In order to cover up this flaw, he rarely smiled and usually kept a straight face. Therefore, very few people knew of this secret. But because of this, it became a special symbol that proved his identity. Mu Songlan was surprised to see an old friend arrive and was indescribably surprised. He hurriedly welcomed him into the secret room. Just what is it that would trouble you, old brother, to come here? Mu Songlan asked. Mu Songlan knew that if this old friend of his didn't have a secret matter, he definitely wouldn't be so impolite and come to visit. Actually, the reason for my visit is like this. The fact that Yuan Tianjie is a heavenly demon has caused His Majesty, the sage, to be in a very passive situation. Therefore, he ordered me to come here and secretly contact you. He hopes that you can bring back all the books and other things related to Yuan Tianjie that you have on hand. He wants to see if you can find any information that is beneficial to the stability of Tian Quebec, or perhaps it is related to Yuan Tianjie's accomplices, to give them a fatal blow. Feng Yang replied with a bitter smile. Feng Yang's words were rather vague, but Mu Songlan understood it very clearly. They were all people of the imperial court, and they were all old officials with millions of years of experience. How could they not understand the key points? So it was like this. The sage felt that he had lost face and was somewhat embarrassed. Therefore, he wanted to use a glorious victory to eliminate the negative effects. He naturally felt embarrassed when he slandered Mu Songlan previously. Therefore, he sent Mu Songlan's old classmate. Firstly, it showed his sincerity. Secondly, it didn't make things too awkward for both sides. He understood the other party's intentions, but Mu Songlan was still a little confused. I understand Lord Sage's meaning, but Yuan Tianjie didn't leave behind any handwritten letters or books, right? He usually doesn't even bother with things like memorials. There are internal affairs officials who are specially in charge of these things. Throughout the year, I don't even see him writing more than a few words. How could there be books or notes? There really isn't? Feng Yang was also startled. Absolutely not. Mu Songlan was resolute and decisive. Think about it carefully. This matter is of great importance. The sage is extremely concerned about it. That's right. The sage asked me to pass you a message of sorry. That day, he really didn't expect that his old friend of millions of years would be the incarnation of the heavenly demon. No matter how careful it is, there isn't. Mu Songlan looked at him with a bitter smile. Feng Yang, think about it. It's fine if I lie to others, but I won't lie to you. Even if I have a grudge against the sage's previous actions, I won't let my personal feelings go to waste. I've followed Yuan Tianjie for more than 1,000,000 years. If there really was such a thing, how could I not know? I've never even heard of such a thing. There really isn't such a thing. As for the sage's apology, there's no need for it. We're all humans. It's hard to avoid being deceived. This is human nature. His Majesty the Sage is too polite. Feng Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Mu Songlan was somewhat surprised by Feng Yang's actions. The other party should be sighing in disappointment. But why did it have a hint of relief? Since that's the case, I'll immediately return to report. Feng Yang stood up and put on his bamboo hat. Since you're already here, you should at least let me do my part as a host. Mu Songlan was puzzled by Feng Yang's haste. Even if you're in a hurry, don't tell me you don't even have time to have a meal and reminisce? I'll come again in a few days. I shouldn't delay now. I'll report back to the sage as soon as possible and make preparations. Wait until I've settled the matters at hand, then I'll naturally come again to drink with you. At that time, I'll stay in your house until you're annoyed and drive me out. Ha ha ha. Laughing loudly, Feng Yang waved his hand and left. A gust of wind blew and Feng Yang had already disappeared. How strange. Mu Songlan frowned as he looked at the empty doorway. How did this guy change his nature? But this guy's cultivation has improved too much. The last time I saw him, he was far inferior to me. But this time, the speed at which he left actually made me unable to detect him. How sharp. GMO walked over leisurely. Young Miss Huyan Alba suddenly wanted to eat fresh fruits. Moreover, she wanted GMO to personally go out and buy them. Although GMO was unwilling, he still had no resistance towards young Miss Huyan's orders. He had no choice but to go out and buy some fruits. While he was at it, he also wanted to take a breath of fresh air. These few days, he had been ravaged by that woman. Just as he was about to reach Mu Songlan's door, GMO suddenly remembered that this old man had taken a heavy pill from him when Chu Yang and the others were not around to save his subordinates. That time, GMO's heart ached for a long time. Moreover, he had been scolded by Mo Tianji. A heavy pill is such an important thing. How could you give it away so casually? Why don't you give it away with your own life? You're a prodigal bastard. If it was used by someone to study the formula, can you bear the responsibility? Although it was proven that Mu Songlan had used it immediately to save someone, it didn't prevent GMO from being scolded by Mo Tianji for 2 hours. Mo Tianji's scolding was both sinister and sarcastic. GMO almost wanted to commit suicide on the spot. At this time, he had coincidentally passed by Mu Songlan's door. If he didn't go in and drink some wine to vent his anger, he would be letting himself down. Even if he didn't drink, he had to let this old man know that he had suffered a great grievance because of him that day. Second Master Ji wasn't the kind of person who would silently do good deeds without asking for anything in return. He was the kind of person who would ask for something in return. No matter what, you should at least sincerely say thank you to me, right? Now that he thought about it, Mu Songlan had taken it and left without saying anything. GMO felt even more wronged. Thinking about it, he immediately took a step forward. However, just as he turned the corner and saw Mu Songlan's door, he saw a person coming out of Mu Songlan's door. With a schwa sound, he flashed around the corner and almost collided with GMO. Almost at the same time, the two men dodged each other's attacks at a speed that was only a hair's breadth away. Then, the man on the other side stared at GMO with an extremely fierce look in his eyes. Then, his body flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Although it was just a flash of two eyes, GMO only felt that those two eyes were like two sharp swords suddenly stabbing into his heart. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly a few times. A kind of bone-chilling fear arose spontaneously. All the hair on his body stood on end. This was an extreme fear. It was as if the god of death was standing in front of him just a moment ago. He actually didn't have the ability to resist. After a long time, GMO regained his senses. He realized that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. His entire body was weak and his two legs had almost turned into noodles. This was an extreme fear that came from the depths of his soul. Chapter 23:48. GMO looked back with lingering fear and muttered, "How is this possible? I wasn't even this scared that day when I faced the heavenly demon overlord. Could it be that this person's strength is even more terrifying than Yuan Tianji's, or even much more terrifying?" GMO muttered to himself unintentionally. However, the moment he said these words, he was immediately shocked by his own words. In an instant, he was almost dumbfounded. Someone even more terrifying than Yuan Tianji, or even much more terrifying. What kind of person could it be? What level of existence was it? He tried hard to recall the appearance of the person who brushed past him, but to his surprise, he couldn't remember it at all. He only remembered a square and dignified face, an awe-inspiring aura, and a kind of peerless aura of a ruler descending upon the world. GMO shook his head and turned to walk towards Mu Tsonglan's residence. At this moment, Mu Tsonglan hadn't gone back to rest yet. When he unexpectedly saw GMO, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Seventh Master G? Why are you here?" "Fuck." Hearing this, GMO blurted out a curse. In the latest ranking of brothers, GMO had plummeted from the original 3rd to the 7th position. What he hated the most right now was other people calling him Old Seventh, Seventh Master, Seventh Hero, Seventh Young Master, and so on. Anyway, as long as he heard the number 7, he would be furious and have a headache. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Tsonglan frowned, confused. "Sigh. Calling me GMO, little G, little Mo, or even little dog or little cat sounds better than 7th Master G. Are you calling me that or insulting me?" GMO sighed with a melancholy expression. "7th Master G? Machine 2? Machine Master? What kind of nonsense is this?" GMO cursed in his heart. Then, "This old man will go easy on you and call you little G?" Mu Tsonglan laughed. "Little G, little chick, and little chick? Shit. You won't be happy if you don't insult me, right? No matter what I say, I can't." Gmo's head was full of black lines. "Just call me by my name. My fucking surname is really not good." Mu Tsonglan was stunned. The opening exchange between the two of them was just a simple way of addressing each other, but GMO had completely confused Commander Mu Tsonglan, leaving him completely at a loss. He almost collapsed. Mu Tsonglan really didn't know what to say. The person in front of him was an expert, a genuine expert. He was only in his 20s, yet he was already a sage-level expert. He was undoubtedly a genius, a peerless genius that was hard to come by even in hundreds of thousands of years. But why didn't he have the bearing of a saint? Wasn't this too much? Was the heavens blind? How could such amazing talent, opportunity, and luck fall into the hands of such trash? Forget it. There are at least 3 or 4 people like this. I really can't afford to get angry. There are even more monstrous freaks above them. I really don't know if I should continue thinking about them. Marshal Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he welcomed this young master, who he didn't even know how to address when he arrived, into the door. That's right, I still don't know why this guy has the time to visit me, especially with a bag of fruits in his hand. Could it be a gift? This made Great General Mu even more confused. He was simply overwhelmed by the favor. He was truly overwhelmed by the favor. Of course, the main reason was because he was shocked. It wasn't the shock of surprise, but the shock of embarrassment. If you were a commoner, it would be fine if you came to visit with fruits, but this was the marshal's residence, the home of the most powerful person in the military. How could you come here with such a bag of fresh fruits? Even if you were carrying a head on your shoulders and nothing else, it would still be better than this, right? Looking at these ordinary fruits that could be bought with 1 purple cloud coin, Mu Tsonglan's forehead was filled with black lines. If others saw this, they would think that I, Mu Tsonglan, was so poor that I couldn't even afford fruits. Although old Mu had been criticized by everyone before, he had already been rehabilitated. What the hell was this, however? GMO obviously didn't think of this because in his heart, these fruits were originally his, and he would take them away in a while. These were all things that his wife wanted to eat. Even if he left his sword here, he absolutely couldn't lose the fruits that his wife wanted to eat. If he really lost them, it could easily lead to death. Cough, cough. You say you. Just come. Why did you bring these things? You are treating me like an outsider. Mu Tsonglan didn't know the purpose of this young master's visit. He seemed to be very uncomfortable as he laughed dryly and barely managed to say a few words. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Come, bring the fruits that Brother G bought for Madam into the inner hall." He really didn't know what to call him. 7th Master G couldn't do it. Little G couldn't do it. This guy didn't have an official position, but his status was quite high. He was a genuine expert. After thinking for a while, Mu Tsang could only pinch his nose and adopt the pugilistic way of addressing people, brother. Wait. GMO was stunned when he heard this. He pushed away the servant who was about to take the fruits and hid the fruits behind his buttocks with his other hand. He said in surprise, Elder Mu, I bought these for my wife. How did it become that I bought them for your wife? I was going to take these fruits back. I was just passing by your place to pay you a visit. Why do you want to leave them behind? You. Take advantage of me? The servant was dumbfounded and tongue-tied on the spot. He was completely stupefied. Mu Tsang was also instantly petrified on the spot. His old face alternated between red and white. What? After all this fuss, this bag of broken fruits is actually not for me. Yeah, your sister. You fucking brought a bag of fruits over to visit me and now you want to take it away? You actually said this in front of my servants. I actually became taking advantage of this opportunity? What the fuck is this? If today's matter were to spread out, I, Mu Tsang, a dignified marshal, would actually fall to the point where I have to extort a bag of fruits from you? Then this old man might as well kill himself. Too embarrassing. A certain marshal waved his hand, and the servant left the hall with an extremely strange expression. His shoulders trembled and his footsteps staggered. Mu Tsang's face was as red as a date. He stared at GMO and did not want to speak for a moment. Or perhaps he really did not know what to say. GMO did not have the slightest intention of treating himself as an outsider. He sat down on the armchair at the head of the table and placed the fruits on the table beside him. He crossed his legs and said, I say, Old Mu, who was that fellow who just left? What a powerful aura. He must be an extraordinary person, right? GMO had seen that person walk out of Mu Tsang's residence. Such a powerful expert. How could he not be curious and ask? Mu Tsang's eyebrows jumped twice. It's an old friend of mine. This old friend of yours, where did he come from? He's really extraordinary. GMO sucked in a breath of cold air and said, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, I'm afraid his cultivation is at least in the top 3. At least in the top 3. This was GMO's evaluation that came from the deepest part of his heart. He even wanted to say number 1, but considering the existence of the Saint Monarch, he did not dare to say it. However, Mu Tsang, who heard this, was completely dumbfounded. Initially, when GMO said that the person was definitely an extraordinary person, Mu Tsang did not feel too surprised. After all, Feng Yang was close to the Saint Monarch and had the bearing of a superior. Although it was a bit of an overstatement to say that he was an extraordinary person, it was still acceptable. However, GMO's evaluation at the end was 222. What? In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, his cultivation was at least in the top 3. Feng Yang's cultivation was not bad, but it could not withstand GMO's praise. The last time Feng Yang met him, he was only a primary level saint. According to his deduction, he should be at this level in this lifetime. It would be difficult for him to progress any further. Now, even if he had some great fortuitous encounter and improved again, he would at most be a level saint. At most, he would be at the same level as GMO in front of him. With such a cultivation base, even among his subordinates, it was absolutely impossible for him to be ranked in the top 3. But now, GMO actually gave him the evaluation of top 3 in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Wasn't this too much? The weight of this evaluation was not just a little bit. Not to mention Mu Tsang. Even if Yuan Tianji came back to life, he would not be able to reach the level of top 3 in the Heaven Imperial Court. Haha, I'm afraid. He still can't reach that level. You're overpraising him. Mu Tsang's eyes were dull, and his words were incoherent. He did not know what he was talking about. Obviously, he was shocked by GMO's evaluation. Overpraising? Not overpraising, definitely not overpraising. GMO said with a rare serious tone and expression, my intuition is definitely not wrong. This guy, with just one look, he gave me a terrifying pressure. Not to mention anything else, he has at least surpassed Yuan Tianji. Mu Songlan was petrified again. Originally, Mu Songlan was still holding on to the idea that Jimo's words were not very accurate and could be nonsense. A person who could bring fruits to the Grand Marshal's residence and even take them away, what could he not say? But now, it seemed that the situation was not right. Jimo's attitude was too serious, too serious, too serious. No matter how stupid GMO was, he still had the strength of a peak-level saint. He was only one step away from becoming a high-level saint. The intuition of such a person would definitely not be wrong. If that was the case, could it be that he was wrong? Chapter 2349. It's just that he looks a bit ugly. His eyebrows are a bit too thick. GMO smacked his lips and tilted his head. Not as handsome as me. Looking at GMO's meaty face and thinking of his old friend Feng Yang's handsome appearance, Mu Songlan's mouth twitched. He said with difficulty, "He's still quite handsome." Suddenly, he paused. What did GMO just say? His eyebrows are too thick? Feng Yang's eyebrows are too thick? Mu Songlan suddenly stood up. You said his eyebrows are too thick? He suddenly stood up and asked without any warning. GMO nearly jumped in fright when he heard this. He had just drunk a mouthful of tea and had almost choked it out. He tried very hard to swallow it down. Then, he blinked his eyes in alarm. Yes, your two eyebrows are almost connected together. They are as black as a brush. Isn't that thick? Mu Songlan's eyes flashed inexplicably. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Feng Yang had a feminine appearance since he was young. He had willowy eyebrows, a white and tender face, double eyelids, and a dimple when he smiled. He was quite handsome and could even be said to be beautiful. But how could his eyebrows be too thick? Could it be that GMO saw wrongly? However, for an expert at GMO's level of cultivation, even if it was just a glimpse, how could he be mistaken? Come here. Mu Songlan flashed to the door and shouted at a servant girl. That voice was filled with killing intent. It was as if he was giving the order to kill on the battlefield. This delicate and charming maidservant's face turned deathly pale under the sudden thunderous roar and the soaring murderous aura. She sat down on the ground and trembled all over. She was so scared that she wet her skirt without any resistance. A puddle of water spread out from under this beauty's skirt. Mu Songlan didn't care about this now. He picked her up and put her down in front of GMO. He pointed at her and said, "The eyebrows and face of the person you saw, are they similar to hers? Let me take a good look first." Then, he ordered the girl smile. That servant girl subconsciously screamed and finally fainted from fright. Mu Songlan seemed to have realized something. At this moment, his emotions were like an erupting volcano, surging violently and filled with destruction. Even the look in his eyes was somewhat ferocious. GMO was startled when he saw this. He immediately jumped up from his chair. He angrily covered his nose with his hand and said, "I say, old Mu, what's wrong with you? You're a man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. You actually caught a beauty for me to identify? How can this be compared?" As he spoke, he retreated further away. "You're too much. Moreover, you scared him to the point of wetting his pants before bringing him to me." GMO was flustered and exasperated. Moreover, you actually asked him to smile under such circumstances. Is it you or me who has gone crazy? Damn it, can the fruits I bought for my wife still be eaten after being smelled like this? What do you mean? Are you taking revenge on me for not bringing fruits for your wife? You're really something. Is it worth it to buy tens of millions of caddies of fruit for such a small amount of purple cloud coins? At this time, this fellow actually still remembered the fruits he bought for his wife. He even remembered that Mu Songlan had mentioned his wife in a perfunctory manner. However, Mu Songlan did not laugh. He had been a general for over 1,000,000 years, and his thoughts were extremely meticulous. With just one sentence from GMO, he already knew that there was a huge problem. Such a man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. None of these four adjectives could be used to describe Feng Yang. This Feng Yang was a fake. He was actually a fake? Mu Songlan immediately thought of this. However, how was this possible? His face was completely pale. Since Feng Yang was not real, then who was this person? How could he disguise himself as Feng Yang so perfectly? He could even act out Feng Yang's habits so vividly. Mu Songlan actually did not notice any flaws at all. When he thought of Ji Mo's words, Mu Songlan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3 of all the experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. He only glared at me, and the pressure he gave me was extremely terrifying. Not to mention anything else, it was at least more than Yuan Tian's limit. Only his eyebrows were a little too thick. His 2 eyebrows were almost connected together. They were as black as a brush. Such a big man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. Mu Songlan was stunned. To be able to give GMO such a shock, such a pressure, and with such an appearance. As far as he knew, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there was at most only one person like this. Describe in detail what the person you met just now looked like? Mu Songlan only felt his heart beating wildly and his mouth going dry. However, he still did not give up and asked. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten. What the hell? My memory has always been photographic. Even if it's just a glimpse, it's enough to remember it completely. But this time, I clearly met that person face to face. Now that I think about it, I actually can't remember his specific appearance at all. I only have a little impression of him left. I really can't describe it in more detail. GMO was also very depressed. Since when did he forget the appearance of a person he had just met? This wasn't a blind date shyness. This was too fucking embarrassing. You're saying that person gave you a very dignified feeling? Mu Songlan took a deep breath. His eyes were like a hawk's as he tried to get rid of that face in his heart. What kind of dignified feeling was it? It was a kind of. GMO frowned tightly and racked his brains to find an adjective. It was a kind of. That's right. It was very similar to the feeling I had when I looked at my sister-in-law. What? Very similar to the feeling you had when you looked at your sister-in-law? Mu Songlan almost exploded. What kind of person was this? They were talking about a man who gave people a dignified feeling. How could you drag your sister-in-law into this? What kind of situation was this? However, Mu Songlan's willpower had been tempered for 1,000,000 years after all. He forcefully suppressed his violent emotions. As his mind raced, he suddenly thought of who the sister-in-law GMO was talking about might be. As he thought of this, he blurted out, "You're saying that the feeling that person gives you is very similar to Chu Yang's wife, Tai Butian?" "Yes, my sister-in-law, Tai Butian. She has no regard for anything else and makes people want to bow down and submit to her the moment they see her. Also, she's like a sovereign overlooking the world. That's right." GMO finally remembered. When I first saw him, a feeling rose in my heart. There's definitely no other person like him in the Heaven Imperial Court. Only he himself is supreme in the world. There's definitely no other person in the Heaven Imperial Court. Only he himself, supreme in the world. Mu Songlan's eyes were a little unfocused as he muttered, "Overlooking the world." For a moment, Mu Songlan was a little dazed. In fact, Mu Songlan had never seen Tai Butian before. However, he knew from Meng Wuyan that this superwoman had the aura of a supreme ruler. Meng Wuya's evaluation of Tai Butian was too high. He said that Tai Butian's aura of a ruler was really incomparable and was probably even superior to Yuan Tianjia, the heavenly emperor of the Black Cloud Heaven. Previously, Mu Songlan was very doubtful of Meng Wuya's evaluation. He didn't even believe it. No matter how much a woman had the aura of a ruler, she couldn't possibly have the aura of a ruler, let alone one that was even superior to Yuan Tianjia's. However, at this moment, Mu Songlan believed it. There was only one reasonable explanation for everything in front of him. However, this explanation was too shocking. Then, he suddenly jumped up. His eyes emitted a crazed radiance. He lowered his voice and said, "Where's Minister Chu? Where is Advisor Imo?" Where is Her Majesty Cheonghua? Where are they now? His voice was cold and the muscles on his face were twitching. Even his pupils were strangely dilated. GMO was completely frightened by his expression. He stuttered, "Old Moo, don't be like this, that man. Could he be your old lover?" GMO swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even in his current state of mind, even if he knew how shocking this news was, even if Mood Songlan's heart was beating wildly, even if Mood Songlan's state of mind was stable for more than 1,000,000 years, when he heard Jimo's words, his vision turned black and he almost fainted. Gritting his teeth, Mood Songlan glared at Jimo, seeing Jimo's eyes filled with gossip and his ears twitching as if he wanted to dig up some gossip. Mood Songlan calmed himself down and forcefully suppressed the strong desire to beat him up. He let out a long sigh and suddenly roared like a thunderclap, "Fuck your grandpa. That's a man." Mood Songlan didn't know how he said this sentence. GMO picked his ears disapprovingly. Men and men can also have true love. I can understand, especially for those who haven't seen women for a long time. Mood Songlan groaned and instantly had the urge to faint. However, his loud roar unexpectedly woke up the maidservant who had fainted on the ground. Realizing her current situation, she ran out of the hall, crying loudly in shame and indignation. The servants and guards outside looked at this young girl whose dress was clearly wet with an ambiguous expression. Their eyes were full of gossip. What was going on? Could it be that this girl's confession was rejected? And Marshal Moo even roared, "Fuck your grandfather, that's a man." Yes, this girl's grandfather was of course a man. No wonder this little sister was so sad that she ran out crying. "Even my fucking dress is wet, and you actually like men. How could this be endured?" All the guards were still standing ramrod straight with a serious expression, but thousands of vulgar thoughts flashed through their minds at this moment. Then, they saw Marshal Moo stride out with a man in his hand. Yes, 7th Master Ji. Chapter 2350. 7th Master Ji was clearly unwilling, but Mu Shuai forcefully pulled him away. He was still shouting and struggling, "Don't, my fruit," but Mu Songlan turned a deaf ear to him. He dragged 7th Master Ji and walked out impatiently. "Fruit? Humph, excuse?" 7th Master Ji is so pitiful. It's his first visit and he's already. He'll definitely lose his virginity this time. That's right. Didn't you see how anxious Mood Songlan is? Everyone looked at 7th Master Ji's round buttocks as Mood Songlan dragged him away. Their faces were full of sympathy as they whispered. At the same time, their eyebrows twitched and their eyes were full of vulgarity. A few people touched their buttocks in relief and couldn't help but shudder. Mood Songlan forcefully dragged GMO all the way to Chu Yang's room. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji had wasted an entire night's worth of brain cells and were just about to rest when they saw Mood Songlan charge in aggressively. With a bang, he threw the person he was dragging onto the chair. Chu Yang took a look and realized that it was GMO. He couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly did GMO do? Forcing Mood Songlan to this extent? And even escorting him to look for him at such a late hour? Something big has happened. Minister Chu. Mood Songlan's voice was urgent, but he kept it very low. His expression was extremely serious. Chu Yang was even more shocked. He said carefully, "GMO, went to your house?" Looks like GMO got into big trouble this time. He even used big to describe it. Mood Songlan was startled. He said, "That's right. Ha ha ha." Chu Yang let out a dry laugh and said dryly, "This brother of mine is just a little mischievous and insensible. He always says things that don't make sense. Mood Songlan, who asked me to have such a brother. Please let him off this time on my account." Then, Chu Yang patted his chest. "No matter what, I will make him take responsibility until the end." Minister Chu thought that GMO had taken a fancy to a woman. Yes, why not go to their house? Furthermore, he was being escorted here by the other party? Could it be that GMO had a second spring? But I didn't hear that Mu Lan had a daughter. Could it be a niece or a granddaughter? But no matter what, Minister Chu's protective attitude still prevailed. He's my brother after all. If he bullies someone, he can bully them. But I can't allow him to be bullied. Moreover, I made a promise. I'll make him responsible. This should be enough, right? This matter, he did it very well. However, this matter is not something that he alone can take responsibility for. Mu Lan's expression was heavy. Chu Yang was even more startled when he heard this. Very good? He was very good at it, but couldn't take responsibility for it? What was the meaning of this? Mu Lan's words were usually layered and clear. What was up with him today? Is Advisor Imo not here? Mu Lan sighed deeply. His eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Chu Yang was even more shocked. This matter actually has to involve Imo Tianji? Fuck. Don't tell me that Imo Tianji is going to help me uphold justice. I am even more confused. I say, what did you do in the end? Facing GMO, Minister Chu raised his eyebrows and shouted, I didn't do anything. GMO felt so wrong that he almost cried. You didn't do anything? If you didn't do anything, why would someone like Mu Lan personally escort you here? Do you even want everyone to take responsibility for you? What kind of hateful thing had he done to cause such a situation to occur? Minister Chu's anger rose from his heart. He wanted to give this disappointing guy a good beating. However, Mu Lan's following words made Chu Yang dumbstruck. The saint is here. The saint is here. This sentence made Chu Yang's body sway, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. It wasn't just Chu Yang who lost his composure. Hearing this, GMO was even more unbearable. His body swayed, and he couldn't stand steadily. He simply sat down on the ground. There was only one thought in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that the person I met was the saint himself? Originally, as the person involved in this intuition, if GMO's brain was a little sharper, he would have been able to come to this conclusion long ago. At most, he would have been slightly behind Mu Lan. However, a mischievous person like GMO would definitely not use his brain if he could, especially now that he had Imo Tianji, who was the best at using his brain, by his side. He was naturally even more lazy to use his brain. Thus, he actually did not notice the crux of this matter. He also didn't know that he had inadvertently discovered this explosive news and made such a huge contribution. Because he had already heard the commotion, Imo Tianji, who was standing at the door, naturally also heard this sentence. His eyes, which were always calm and full of wisdom, suddenly became somewhat fearful. Then, the fear completely disappeared and turned into a fierce look. He stood at the door like this, his expression gradually becoming dark and gloomy. They only listened to Mu Lan, and GMO hastily explained the matter from beginning to end. Chu Yang and Imo Tianji didn't interrupt at all. However, their expressions made GMO and Mu Lan feel that they should go into detail and where they should just say a few words. And when Imo Tianji looked over, every single word in this sentence needed to be explained in detail. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally finished speaking. Just as they finished talking about this experience, Mu Lan stood up and left with a heavy heart. The reason why he left in such a hurry was because the moment he finished talking, Mu Lan clearly felt an unconcealed sense of wanting him to leave. Although Chu Yang and Imo Tianji didn't say anything and were completely expressionless, that fierce, murderous aura was already brewing. These two clearly wanted to plan the next step of their plan. And naturally, the fewer people who knew the details, the better. Thus, Mu Lan tactfully stood up and left. However, Imo Tianji said something just as he was about to step out of the door. And it was something that made him very surprised. For the time being, hand over all the military power in your hands to me. I need to mobilize all the military power within the Imperial City, as well as all the military power within a radius of 3,000 miles. Mu Lan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he immediately handed over the military power very happily. The Saint Monarch had come early and was in disguise. This matter was obviously very unusual. This made Mu Songlan feel a great sense of crisis. Facing the number one person in the imperial palace, a supreme expert, Mu Songlan simply didn't know how to deal with him. However, he could still confirm one thing. For the current Mo Yuntian, this was definitely not a good thing. After quickly handling the matter of handing over the military power, Mu Songlan left. Playing with the commander's seal in his hand, Mo Tianji's expression was very playful as he said, "GMO, being able to discover this matter early can be considered a great victory. When the dust settles, GMO's unintentional actions this time will be the greatest merit." Hearing this, GMO immediately beamed with joy. This is nothing. Actually, it was just a coincidence. It really isn't much. Ha! Even though he said it was nothing, his face was filled with complacency. His complacency and complacency were all exposed in his final laugh. It completely proved that his previous modesty was nothing more than an act. Gather everyone, except for Xie Danqiong. All the brothers, including young lady Chu Lu-er, Qing Wu, Big Sister Z, Tribulation Divine Soul, and Brother Hu. Also, all the assassins of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the person in charge of the Tianji Intelligence Department. Gather everyone. Also, I want to borrow all the experts of the Demon Emperor Sky, including the Demon Emperor. Mo Tianji's expression was very relaxed as he said these words very calmly. However, before he finished speaking, GMO had already stood up straight. For GMO, this was really too rare, because he could feel that the current Mo Tianji was like a bow that was being drawn, a bow that was gradually being drawn, and the arrow was already on the string. Once the bow was fully drawn, the arrow would be shot out like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive. Even Xie Danqiong was here. Although it was clearly said that he wasn't needed, how could Xie Danqiong not come when there was an urgent matter at hand? Those who should have come were all here, and those who shouldn't have come were also here. Thus, after Chu Yang gave the order, Xie Danqiong was beaten up by Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang and thrown out. The next moment, the auras of more than 20 saints merged into one and enveloped the hall. Thus, Xie Danqiong couldn't enter. Those who shouldn't have participated shouldn't have come in the first place. They would be expelled even if they came. Because in the following operation, Xie Danqiong, as the Heaven Emperor and the enemy's number one target, definitely couldn't participate in the operation. Although Xie Danqiong himself struggled and protested, to Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, struggling was futile and protesting was even more meaningless. Now, we will start assigning the specific tasks. Mo Tianji's dignified gaze swept across. Everyone listened quietly. This mission is very important. You must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Mo Tianji said lightly, "Do you all understand?" Everyone immediately nodded to show that they understood. Well, everyone has their own responsibilities. I believe that everyone's tasks are clearly divided. But I won't ask you to die as an apology for your crimes if there's a mistake in the area under your jurisdiction. But I only ask that you accompany Xie Danqiong when he stands at the highest point while receiving the cheers and congratulations of the world. And you'll stand there with him naked buttocks when he stands at the highest point. Anyway, you've already lost your face. It's no big deal to lose your buttocks again. That's all. Mo Tianji's words didn't sound like a warning at all. It was more like a joke, a harmless joke. However, no one could laugh, including the two mischievous fellows GMO and Luo Ku Di. This was definitely not a joke. This was the cruelest punishment. There was no doubt that Mo Tianji would definitely do it as long as you really made a mistake. Anyone who didn't vote for Xie Danqiong would hang their names on the banners during his coronation ceremony. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.